everyone, and welcome to our MVA on Ruby and Ruby on Rails. My name is Casey, and this is Eduardo.
Hi, everyone. So I'm an instructor of Ruby on Rails at Coding Dojo. I study mathematical science from UCSB, and I am Korean Brazilian. That's why my name is Eduardo. Also, I'm a huge Lakers fan and not a Clippers fan.
Well, Steve Ballmer will be very disappointed to hear that. Hi, everyone. My name is Casey Champion. I am a content developer here on the Microsoft Learning team. Before this, I was a software engineer on Outlook web app, but my passion really lies in education, which brought me here, and also is the reason why I teach high school every morning before work. I teach Introduction to Computer Science and AP Computer Science. And in my spare time, I train service dog puppies.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's for a good cause. Well, thanks so much for showing up, and stick around. We've got a lot of really exciting things you can do with Ruby and Ruby on Rails. Hi there. Welcome to the MVA about Ruby. In this course, we're going to talk about the Ruby language, and we're going to show you how to use some really popular frameworks to put it to best use.
Yeah, so why would someone want to learn Ruby? First, Ruby is a completely object-oriented language. So everything is an object in Ruby. Basic data types, like strings and numbers, and even booleans.
Wow, that's a lot of objects.
Yes. So if you're familiar with OOP, then Ruby will be very familiar to you. But if you're not, then Ruby syntax is very forgiving and easy for beginners. The documentation is great and easy flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruby syntax is really written to read like a sentence. It looks like human language, makes it pretty easy to learn.
Yeah, so Ruby's philosophy is aimed to make programmers happy. The creator of Ruby, Yukihiro Matsumoto, really focused on that when he was designing the language. So you can see that when you're writing Ruby, where it's really easy to write code.
Wow, specifically designed to make developers happy?
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty good idea.
So, by a programmer for programmers.
I want to be a part of that.
And lastly, why learn Ruby? A good web framework, a popular web framework, Rails, is built with Ruby, and that's what we're going to focus on this course as well. So why use Rails? First, it's an open source web application used by many companies such as Airbnb, Groupon, Hulu, Kickstarter, SoundCloud, Funny or Die, GitHub, and Shopify.
Wow, that's a lot of very different web apps, and some of which are not very simple.
Yes. So it's very robust. It's been around for a while. So it's easy for people to pick it up because there's great documentation, there's great tutorials, but it scales well where production companies put code out there in production.
Wow. Okay, so easy to use and super powerful?
Yes.
Wow. Pretty impressive.
So Rails is famous for enforcing the model view controller design pattern. So if you're familiar with MVC, then Rails will be very familiar to you and easy to pick it up. Also, it has Active Record, a ORM, or Object Relational Mapper, where you don't really have to write SQL queries to be able to query the database.
Wait. SQL without actually having to write SQL?
Yes, so it will provide methods for you to query information without actually having to write the SQL code yourself.
That sounds pretty nifty.
Yes. So also Rails is great for beginners because it gives structure for users. So if you're just learning web development, it will give you good practices so that you don't get into bad habits. It encourages the RESTful resources and also has testing.
Wow. So not only is it going to give you a lot of tools to get started, but it helps you use those tools in a really effective way so you don't learn any bad habits.
Exactly. Another thing about Rails is that it's great for prototyping. So there's this concept of scaffold where we could create a whole application in only 4 command lines.
Wait. So you can make an entire application from scratch in 4 lines?
Yes, and I'll show you that in the demo later on in this module.
Wow. Okay. I can't wait to see that.
So when would you want to use Rails? Rails is a full-stack framework where it's going to allow you to interact with the view and the database and everything that comes in between. So it's going to do a lot of the configurations for you. And unlike some frameworks that only work on the client side, Rails will be the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So it gives you that ability to structure your web app, not only just the UI, which is what a lot of things do, but also all the way to the back end?
Yes, so when you create a Rails application, you're going to be able to create your own web. You have access to your own web server locally where you're going to be able to develop in there. Oh, okay. Also, with the growth of front-end frameworks like Angular and Ember, Rails is great to feed JSON APIs to be API endpoints so that people could make API requests to a Rails application.
Okay, so you really can combine Rails with some of your favorite client-side frameworks for full-fledged web app.
Exactly. Lastly, Rails is great for testing, and it'll provide you tools to be able to test your code all the way from the beginning to the end of your application.
Oh, so yeah, it's going to give you a lot of tools to have some great best practices.
Exactly. So let's look at the big picture of the internet. So where would Ruby and Rails fit into this picture? So we have our client on the left-hand side, and we have our server. So Ruby is going to be a server-side language, and Rails will be the framework that is going to use Ruby to serve data to the client. So the client is going to make an HTTP request for a specific file. How are we going to get the file to the client? So Ruby will do some logic along with the web server and the database to package that data and give it back to you as an HTTP response.
Okay, so it helps you in this communication back and forth between your app and the server.
Exactly.
Okay.
So now let's look at some installation. So if you're in Windows, railsinstaller.org is a great website where you could install Ruby and Rails in one fell swoop. So if you go to the website, if you want to use Ruby 2.2 and Rails 4.2. Right now, the current versions of Ruby are 2.3 and Rails 5 just came out. But for now, we'll be using 2.2 and 4.2.
Okay, so when I download this, what do I get in my download?
You're going to get a package, and you're going to have to run the executionable file that's going to install Ruby, configure Ruby, and make it work with Rails smoothly.
Okay, so I get Ruby, I get Rails, and do I get a web server along with it?
So Rails is the framework that you're going to use, and the framework will come with a web server where you could just develop in your local machine.
Awesome.
If you're using Linux or Macs, you could use RVM, which is a version manager of Ruby. And Rails is really just a gem or just a package that you can install, and that will allow you to give you access to the framework.
Oh, okay.
So by installing Ruby, you could just gem install Rails or download Rails, and you'll be able to use it in your computer.
Awesome. Great. So now that you know exactly why you want to use Ruby and its framework Rails, take some time and make sure that you set it up in your own machine, because in the rest of this course, we're going to get to work writing our own code, and we need you to be able to follow along.
Hello everyone. Before I mentioned how we could create a whole web application with only 4 command lines, let me show you how to do that. So first we need to create a Rails application. Rails, new, and I'll call these Pokédex. So our application will be named Pokédex. Here we're just creating the files that we need, and if you see here now, we have the Pokédex folder. Let me just open the directory so you can see that. So it's just a folder with a bunch of files, right? So I'm gonna go into that folder, cd Pokédex, and once I'm here, I have a lot of Rails commands that I could use. One of them is the scaffold command. So the scaffold command is gonna create all the views, the controller, the models, and even our database schema so that our application can run. So here, I'll do Rails generate scaffold Pokemon, and the Pokemon will have a name, string, and the element will also going to be a string. So the name and the element, they're just the columns in our database. So that's what that signifies. The string is the type of that column. Press enter, and it creates a lot of files for us. So this is our whole application right here. After doing that, we have to rake the migration, so it actually creates our database. And lastly, I'll turn on the Rails server. So Rails server. Here it is. It's running on port 3000 locally. So I'll go to my web browser and local host 3000. We see that Rails is working fine. If we go to /Pokemons, we have this website where we could create a new Pokemon. So let's do that. My favorite Pokemon is Pikachu. His element is electricity. Create Pokemon, and Pokemon successfully created. I could add a Pokemon. Let's say he's electric. Update Pokemon, and now he's an electric type. I could go back, and here I could have a whole list of all the Pokemons in our Pokédex application. So let's create a new one. Let's say Charmander. His fire. Create Pokemon, and if I go back, Charmander is now in that list. With only 4 command lines, I was able to create this whole application. Sure, by using the scaffold generator here, Rails is doing a lot of work for us, but in this course, you'll learn how to make a Rails app from top to bottom.
One of the best things about Ruby is its commitment to being object-oriented.
Yeah, so everything in Ruby is object-oriented, but what is it? So OO is about classes and objects. So classes is the blueprint of your objects. So they're going to help you structure how your objects are going to be. So classes will have characteristics and also methods or actions. For example, a person class could have a characteristic for example, a hair color, eye color, height, weight, but then it could also have actions. A person could walk, could run, could yell, and things like that.
So it's a combination of the data or attributes and the behavior or actions that you can then do with this data.
Exactly. So let's look at some code here. So Ruby, everything's an object. So we could invoke the .class method to see what class that object belongs to. So here I have a bunch of code here. I have one.class is from the fixedNum class, 1.5.class is from the float, and we could even see that Boolean values have a class themselves.
Wow, so really every single thing in Ruby, if you call .class, you're going to figure out what class it responds to.
Exactly. So that's very powerful because you'll be able to see that everything comes from something at least. It's not magically there. So next, I'll demo a little bit of IRB, which is interactive Ruby, and how you could play with Ruby yourself just by opening your shell.
Great. So now it's your opportunity to finally dig in and play around with Ruby. All right. At this point, hopefully you've really understood what an object is, but how do you make one?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and make a person class. So here in the code, we have a class person and an end. So to start a class, you write the keyword class, the namespace, which will be person in this case, and then an end, and you have a class right there. So now we can instantiate it. So person1 equals to a person.new, or a new person. Person2 equals to person.new, another new person. So here I want to show you that these two persons are totally different. So we could look at their object IDs, which would be just a number assigned to them when they're created.
Is that something Ruby assigns?
Yes, that's something Ruby assigns to the object when they're created. So here you can see that person1.objectID is different than person2.objectID.
So really, there's 2 separate spaces in memory that have been assigned for each of these individual and separate persons.
Yeah, exactly, even though they come from the same class.
Gotcha.
So that's the power of classes and objects. We could have many objects of the same class.
I see.
So here we could check if they're even equal to each other. Ruby provides a method that we could do that. So person1.equal person2, and that will give us false.
I see. So the method that is called equal ? That's checking is person1 the same as person2, and even though they might have the same attributes, they don't have the same settings, the same data, they're different people.
Exactly. So in memory, they're 2 different objects. So their locations are different, so they're not going to be equal to each other. Now, let's talk about the attributes or the data. So a person could have attributes such as name or age, but how can we write that in code? Ruby provides the @symbol. So @symbol are instance variables that are going to be related to attributes. So in this class person, I'm going to assign the name attribute to be John Doe and the age attribute, which will be 37. So now we could call print the person type.instance variables, and it will give us those two things in an array.
Okay, so it will list out what attributes this person has.
Exactly. So here we're hard coding the attributes, but now we could change them. What if we don't want everyone to be called John Doe? What if someone wants to be called Jane Doe? So what we could have is we could have setters or setting attributes, methods that will set attributes for us. So here you can see the class person. I have a method called name equals to str and name equals to str end, and then the age attribute, age equals to num, at age equals to num, and then end.
So I see that one of those has parentheses around the data type and one of them doesn't, but it has an @ sign. What's the difference between using the parentheses and using the @ sign?
So the one that we use for the parentheses, they're arguments of the method. So those are going to come in when the method is called, and that's how we're going to set different names for different persons. The @ sign, you're setting the attribute of that person to be whatever is coming through the method. So on the right-hand side, you can see that I first instantiate a person, p equals to person.new, and now saying p.name equals to John Doe. So even though there are spaces in assigning the name attribute, we're calling the def name equals method that we have written in our class.
Okay, so by putting the str in the parentheses, you're saying the name method is waiting for a string parameter to be passed in. And then you use the @ sign to refer to exactly which attribute you're going to set, and you just set it equal to whatever you were given.
Exactly, and the same works for the age. Now, after we assigned it, you could print what's inside the p object, and we could see some information about it. And the name attribute is whatever we assigned, John Doe, and the age attribute is 37. Now we could create other objects and say, okay, this person will be called Jane Doe, and this person's age is 25, or whatever you want.
Wow. Okay, so that makes our objects really flexible.
Exactly. So here's how you set it, but how can we retrieve them? How we can get it? So we could also write methods to get attributes. So here, the hashtag .. continue means that this class person is built upon of the previous code that we have.
That's because the hashtag is a comment, right?
Exactly.
So that line of code actually doesn't run. It's just a comment for us humans to understand.
Exactly. So now we have a method called def name, and all it does is return a name. And then we have the def age, and all it does is return the age attributes.
Okay, great. So you can put information in, and now you can get information out.
Exactly. So after we set them, we could just call the methods to be able to get them as well. So getting and setting is very popular, as you may imagine. So how can we write this a little better? How can we make our code a little cleaner, right? So here we have the complete class that we just wrote. We have the two setters for the name and the age, and we have the two getters for the name and the age as well. So we could use the shortcut called attr_reader, and that's a shortcut to write the getter methods just in one line of code.
Okay, so before it was going to take us essentially 3 lines of code to say, hey, anybody that calls me by name can get whatever information is stored in this attribute. But they assumed that you were going to want to do that, so they added attribute reader, so you can just combine as many getters into a single line of code as you want.
Exactly. So that comes with the importance of naming conventions now. So you want to make sure that you're naming your attributes in a correct manner so that you could use the attr reader that Ruby provides. So now, how can we do the same for the writer? So here we have the same person class that we just wrote, and we can see that on the right-hand side, we have attr_writer, name, and age. Now, the class in the right is the very same as the class in the left.
That's because we're using that same shortcut like the reader, but now we can do the same thing for the setters and turn those into one line.
Exactly. So how can we do both? So now we could use something called the attr accessor. Now we're going to have getters and setters for both the name attribute and the age attribute. So that whole person class on the left-hand side could be just turned into 3 lines of code in the right-hand side.
Ooh, I like that a lot. But what about if I don't want somebody to be able to set my class, I just want them to be able to read the attributes of my class?
Then you wouldn't want to use the accessor every single time. So make sure that when you're writing a class, you have in mind what kind of what kind of visibility your attributes will have.
Oh, okay. So I can manually set the visibility with slightly unclean code, or I could use the attribute accessor and really clean it up, but then I make everything public.
Exactly. So why do we want to set attributes while we're instantiating a new object? We could use a special function called initialize. So here we have on the left-hand side def initialize, and I have two arguments, object name and object age. And I'm setting the attributes @name to whatever the object name argument is, and @age to whatever object age argument is. So now on the right-hand side, I could do something like this. P equals to person.new, pass the John Doe string, and that will be set to the name attribute. And then you're passing also the 37 to be the age attribute. So now, since I have both accessors, the name and the age, I could just call p.name to be able to get John Doe and p.age to be able to get the age.
Okay, so it's essentially like we've added a constructor. We've given our class a way to accept in information on the initial creation of it, because they're probably assuming that if you're going to make an empty class, you're going to fill it up with data real quickly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. The initialize function is a method that gets called whenever you initialize or create a new instance of this class.
Great. All right, so now you've got all the different pieces and a way to initialize it. Take some time and create your very first Ruby class. All right, now that you know how to make a class, let's dig into the details.
Yeah, so when we're writing a class, what if we want some type of reference to the current object that we're working with? That's when the keyword self comes in. So if you look at the code, we have this class person on the left-hand side, and we have an instance method called return_self, and all it's going to do is going to return self. So self is a keyword where it's always going to keep track of what object I'm currently working with. So here we have p equals to person.new, and we set the name attribute to be John Doe and the age attribute to be 37. Now I could call return self because it's an instance method, and it's going to actually return the current object. So look how we could do puts p.return self, which is going to be just self, .name, and that will be John Doe, and we could do the same thing for the age.
So the self is really our way to access what is in this particular object.
Yes, because when you're writing a class, you often want to do things to the object itself. So how we do that? With the self keyword.
I see. So do you have to always make sure that you're defining a getter for the self in your object?
No, this was just for the example. So you could write a method that will return self, but you could do things. You could write a method to do things to self, and you don't really have to return it. You could just change self inside of a method.
I see. Okay.
All right. So next, we're gonna look at class methods. So let's say we're writing a game, and we want to keep track of how many persons are using our game. This is not really pertaining to the object itself. It's pertaining to the whole class. So how can we do that? So class attributes, it starts with the two @ signs. So you can see on the left-hand side, I say add count equals to 0. So we just say that count will be 0 at that point. And inside of initialize, we're going to increment count by 1 every single time a new person is instantiated. Now we write a method called self.howmany. So the key part there is the self. That self is not pertaining to the objects anymore. It's pertaining to the whole class. So that method is a class method, and all it does is going to return the count.
So if I'm writing a class method, do I always have to do self dot?
Yes. Everything that if you do not include the self dot, that means you want the method to be an instance method. So you're going to be able to so objects will be able to reach into it and call them. The self makes sure that it's a class method.
Okay, so really what you're doing is you're starting to combine the static parts of a class with the dynamic parts. So you can both create new objects out of one class, but also store information about the whole collection of objects.
Exactly. But it's always good to know what kind of methods should be classes, what kind of attributes should be classes, and what kind of methods and attributes should be objects. So on the code, you can see that we instantiated two persons, one John Doe, who's 37, and a Jane Doe, who's 24. But now I call person capital P the how many. That means of the person class, I'm calling the how many method that returns 2.
Okay, and I see that you specify a class attribute with 2 @. Does that mean I, as John Doe person, can I change that in any way?
No, you cannot. So that's why separation of concerns in that sense is very powerful and very important.
I see. So we're keeping high fidelity information by making sure only the overall person class knows about it.
Exactly. So next, we're going to talk about inheritance. So on the left-hand side, we have a class called parent class, and we have the ATTR accessors for the name attribute. We have an initialize method that's going to set the name and print something every time something's initialized. And we have an instance method called parent method. On the right-hand side, we have a subclass, and the little caret there signifies inheritance. So you're saying the subclass inherits from the parent class. So we have an initializing method for the subclass as well, and we have super. Super is common in OO languages. All it means I want to call the initialize method of my parent class as well inside of my current initialize method.
Right, so super is giving you as the child class the opportunity to leverage whatever work your parent is doing. So instead of writing your own constructor, you can just call the supers.
Exactly, so that's what you do. So you just write super and automatically call the initialize method of your parent class. Next, we have a sub method that is for the subclass. So if you look at the code snippets in the bottom, we have an example equals to a subclass new MVA, but notice that it prints initialize method in the parent class. So because of super, the constructor of the parent class is being called, which prints that string. Next, we say example.parent method, and since everything is being inherited, the current object of the subclass has access to the parent method in the parent class.
Right, so you don't have to explicitly recreate work you've already done in the parent if you're inheriting in the child. So even though there's no definition for parent method in the child class, you automatically get access to it by calling your parents.
Exactly. And that's all done by the little caret that we see on the top of the namespace. Next, we have puts example.name, which is just an attribute of the subclass, and that's what we get. And then example.submethod, which calls the instance method of the subclass.
So it's kind of like you're getting all of the goodness of your parent class, but you can add as much on top as you want.
Yes. So that's the power of inheritance.
Great. So hopefully at this point now, you've got a little bit more complex tools, and you can build a much more useful set of objects.
Hello everyone. By now you have installed Ruby, but how can we run Ruby code? First, I'll show you how to create a Ruby file and then run that file so we can see the output on the screen. First, create the file. I'll call demo.rb, and I'll just open that file into Sublime. You may use any text editor you may like. Sublime is just my preference. So here I'll paste some of the code that we saw before. But I just wrote the print command in front of everything. So here I'm saying print the string into string, whatever this output is. And let's run it. All you have to do is run Ruby and the name of the file. And there it is. Those are the answers that we expected from the slide. But what if I don't want to create a file, I just want to run some simple Ruby code? Well, we could use something called IRB, or interactive Ruby. Just type IRB in your terminal, and here IRB opens up, and we could write any Ruby code that we may like. Puts hello MVA, and that will give us back hello MVA. Or we could say give to me, print it what one.class is, and it gives us fixed num. So here I showed you how to create a Ruby file and run it, but also how to use the IRB or the interactive Ruby so you could write some simple Ruby code and get immediate feedback.
All right, in this module, we're going to start talking about Ruby syntax. And in this very first part, we're going to start talking about the if-else structure.
So let's look at some control flow in Ruby. Here in the slice, we have comparison operators, the equality operators, and the Boolean operators. So very similar to any other language that people have been using. So it's the same in Ruby.
Great.
Now let's look at the if-else trees. So here on the left-hand side, we have x equals to 10. If the value of x equals to 10, we're going to print x is 10. Otherwise, we're going to print something else. As you notice, we don't have a var like in JavaScript, or we don't have braces in many other languages. We just have do and ends.
So there's like no curly braces? There's no semicolons? Like?
No, we do not have any of those. So you could put those. The language does support it, but we don't have to. So each block of code here on the slide, it could be indented, but it doesn't have to be, and that's how you show a block in Ruby.
So the really important part to end a line is you just hit enter.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, and I also see there's an if statement at the top, and then there's the word end at the bottom.
So the end will signify the ending of the tree, right? So let's say we only had one if statement. We'll put the if, the condition, the block of code, and then an end, right? But because we're using an if-else in this case, we want to have an if, the else, and then the end. Similarly, on the right-hand side, we have an if, else if, and else tree. So here we have x equals to 11. Is the value of x 10? If it is, then print x. Then we're going to check another condition. Is the value of x 5? If it is, then print 5.
And we don't need that extra e in the else if?
No, we don't. So that's just how it is in Ruby.
Gotcha.
And a little shorter. Programmers are lazy, so we like to keep things short. So otherwise, we're going to print x as something else.
Okay, good. I like to type as little as possible.
Yeah. So I just wanted to show you guys a little bit about the alternative syntax. Oftentimes, we'll do something like, programs will do something like if, not something. Instead of doing that, we could use the unless statement. It's the same exact logic. So if you look at the slide, we have x equals to 5. Unless x, the value of x is 5, print x is not 5. Otherwise, print x is 5. So in this code, what we'll end up with is a string with x is 5.
Awesome.
So on the right-hand side, we have x equals to 10, y equals to 15. We have something interesting here. We have print x is 10 if the value of x equals to 10. So in Ruby, what we could do is say, OK, let's do this if a condition. So instead of having all that tree, we could just put everything in one line, which looks pretty clean.
Yeah, and it reads like a sentence, especially with that word unless.
Yes. So the point of it is to read it like a sentence. So we want to use things. Ruby allows us to write things in one line. Oftentimes, you'll be able to do even iterations in one line. So here we have print y is not 10 unless y equals to 10. And there you can see that we're going to get x is 10 and y is not 10.
Brilliant. I really like how nice and clean that is.
Yes.
So now is a great opportunity to take a chance and play around with the new syntax of the control structure. Rolling. 3, 2. All right, now let's take a closer look at some of the syntax for loops in Ruby.
So loops, we have 3 kind of loops here. We have the for, the while, and until loop. And let's look at some syntax. Here on the left-hand side, we have a for loop in Ruby. We say for I in 0, ... 5. We're going to print I, and we see the end here again. So what we're saying here is for I in that range between 0 and 5. But the 2 dots means we're including the top range of the top number of the range. So it's going to print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the right-hand side, however, we have for I in 0, ... 5, and we're going to print I. So here, we do not include a 5, but we go up to 5. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
OK, so there's one very small difference between these 2 pieces of code.
Yes, exactly. There's only 1 period.
OK, so if I use 2 periods, then it's
inclusive.
And if I use 3 periods, it's
exclusive.
OK, gotcha. But the start number is always inclusive.
Yes.
OK. And I also noticed there's no do for the for loop.
Yes, so for loops are very common that we omit the do, but you could think of it being inferred in here.
Gotcha.
So here in the while loop, we have I equals to 1, limit equals to 9, and while the I is less than the limit, we're going to print the iteration number, and we're going to increment I plus 1. Here we do have the do and the end, actually. So on the right-hand side, you can see the output. We have iteration 1, iteration 2, all the way iteration to 9.
Okay, and I see some kind of interesting syntax. I see my first curly brace. What's going on?
So here we're saying put iteration colon hashtag open braces hashtag I and then close braces. So the hashtag open and close braces mean that we're going to string interpolate the value of I at that point. So we're going to print, Ruby is going to get the value of I, turn it into a string, and print it with the string altogether.
Okay, so what would happen if I had forgotten to put my hashtag and my curly braces?
Then the Ruby wouldn't interpolate the variable. It would just be a string of I.
Gotcha. Okay. What other things can I put in between those curly braces?
So you could do any simple logic in Ruby. I wouldn't recommend putting any heavy logic in there. So if you want to just put things into a string and you want to say iteration, let's print I times 5, right? And then it'll multiply I by 5 and then print the number that it gives.
Okay, gotcha. So pretty important to remember that hashtag curly brace.
Yes. Another thing that I wanted to know, we use the plus equal syntax. So in Ruby, there's no such thing as plus plus or minus minus. We always want to increment something. We use the I plus equals 1 or whatever number you want to increment it by or decrement it by. So next, we'll do the until loop. So I equals to 7, and this loop will run until that condition meets, until I is less than 0, right? So we're going to print iteration I, and then we're going to say decrement I by 1. And until we hit that mark, we're going to keep executing the loop. So here, we're going to say on the right, we see the output, iteration 7, 6, 5, 4, and then finally negative at the end.
Okay, so if I'm going until I is less than 0, and I'm starting at 7, what would happen if I change that less than to a greater than, and I make it until I is greater than 0?
Well, by then, I is already 7, so we already reached that point, so the loop will never run.
Oh, okay. So until is just like in our control structure, it's giving us that automatic sort of bang operator, the not.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Well, now that we've got a bunch of great loop syntax, it's a really good opportunity to go ahead and write some of your first loops in Ruby.
And we're rolling.
Okay.
3, 2.
Okay, now you've got some Ruby syntax. You probably want to organize it and put it into some methods.
Awesome. So here we're going to talk about functions in Ruby, or aka methods. And let's look at some syntax. So on the first one, we have def method name. So def is a keyword that you're going to use to write a method. In JavaScript, it's the function keyword. In Ruby, it's the def and an end. So we have def method name, and we have parameters, argument 1, argument 2, and argument 3.
Okay, and I don't see a return type.
You don't have to tell it what you're going to return. It'll just return whatever value you want it to return.
Gotcha. And then I see an end at the very end.
Yes, so everything has an end. So you're going to start the method, and then you're going to have an end to signify that you finished writing the method.
Okay.
So here on the second example, we have method name, argument 1 equals to value 1, argument 2 equals to value 2, argument 3 equals to value 3. That's how Ruby supports default values. So if someone calls this second method and doesn't pass argument 2 or argument 3 in, the values that we have here set, that's what Ruby will interpret as.
Okay, but I could still define my method this way and pass in values that would get overridden?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's really flexible.
So let's look at some examples. Here, the first one we have def multiply. It simply is going to return the arguments multiplied by each other. So on the right-hand side, you can see that we multiply 10 and 20, and we get 200. The second one is with the default values that we see. we say argument 1 equals to 5, argument 2 equals to 2, and we multiply those. When we call it, we're not passing anything. If we did, though, like we mentioned before, those will be the values of those arguments.
I see.
Right? So just in case you forget to put something in, you could put a default value.
Great.
On the third one, we say argument 1 equals to 1, argument 2 equals to 2, and we multiply argument 1 and argument 2, and we're passing 5 and 6 into the method.
Now, I noticed that this third one is kind of missing something.
Yeah, so you see that it doesn't have the return in there. So when we write methods, Ruby would return the last line of our methods automatically, so we don't have to say the keyword return all the time.
So it'll assume I'm going to return this if I haven't seen a return anywhere in here.
Yes.
That it's the last line.
The very last line.
Very last line. Oh, okay. So then when would you want to use a return keyword?
So usually, let's say we have an if condition and if else condition. Let's say if something, I want to return that argument inside of the if block. Then you want to use the return so that Ruby knows that it needs to get out of the method.
Oh, okay. So like other languages, return means stop execution.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Great. So now you've got some nice structure for your methods. Why don't you take some of your loops and some of your conditionals and put them in a method and give it a shot? Hi again. Now that we've talked about lots of different types of syntax, let's talk about how Ruby has actually added a bunch of logic for us in the form of iterators and how you can talk to those iterators using blocks.
Yes, so before we're using for loops to do things multiple times. Ruby will give us methods that we can use that will do the same thing for us, but in a much easier way and much cleaner.
Ooh, I like easier.
Yes, and cleaner as well. And we're all lazy, right?
Yeah.
So let's look at this piece of code. We have 5.times, open curly brace, puts the string hello MVA, close curly braces. And as you can see, it will print hello MVA 5 times.
Great. So what is 5?
Good question. In this case, 5 is the object, and times the method that we're calling that object on. So this times method is an instance method of the 5 object class.
I see. And so just like we would with any object in any method, it's accepting in some input, but it looks like in this case, the input is logic?
Yes. So blocks are little snippets of code that we could give methods that are written that accept blocks. So for example, here we're saying puts hello MVA. It doesn't have to be that string. What if we want to print hello world, right? So we could change that because that method times accepts that block of code.
I see. So I see that I've got a single line of code that I want to pass in. What if I want to do multiple lines?
Good question. So let's look at the next example. We have 5 down to 1, do pipe I, and in there we're going to print I and take off if I, and print take off if I equals to 1, and then we're at the end.
Okay, so I see a lot of things that are new to me here. What do the parentheses do?
So just like any other method, methods also accept arguments. So just because the method accepts a block doesn't mean that we can't pass arguments into it anymore, right? So here with the parentheses, we're telling it, okay, 1 will be the lowest range of our down to function. So from 5 down to 1.
I see. Okay, so then we've got this pipe I pipe. What's going on there?
Yeah, that looks kind of weird. So pipe there is something called the block variable. Every time we're iterating from 5 down to 1, the method is yielding a block variable to us, and that will be whatever I is at that point, or whatever iteration number we are.
Okay, so I is, just like in our for loops, our iterator variable. And so we're just declaring it within the context of this block?
Yes, exactly. So here, we're going to print 5, and then the loop starts again, 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then I is finally 1, so we also print takeoff.
I see. So after the end line, what happens to I?
So block variables are only within the block, so we don't have access to I anymore.
Okay.
Next, we have the each method that we could call on array. So right here, we have an array with the numbers 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, do an end, and we have the pipe or the block variable element, and we're going to print element with the value of element every time.
Okay, and I see something kind of familiar. We've got the hashtag and then the curly braces.
Yes, so here we're string interpolating again. So what Ruby is going to do is going to take the value of lm every single time and print that with the array, so the string element.
Oh, okay. So what does the variable lm represent?
So the each method will know that you have to start from the beginning of the array all the way to the end, or so from the index of 0 to all the way to array length -1. So lm will be the value at that index every single time.
I see. So it's sort of like the each method takes care of the indexing for us.
Yes, and that's very useful. We don't have to write a whole for loop. If we want to iterate to the array, we could just use the each method. There's an instance method of the array class.
Awesome. Sounds super useful.
Yes. So next, we'll talk about the select. So it's not just the each. We could use the select method that returns a new array depending on what type of condition we put in the block.
I see. So this one is really looking for essentially like a Boolean logic for which pieces to keep.
Exactly. So here we have first array equals to -20, -10, 20, -30, 40, -50. I have a variable called positives where I'm going to select only the elements that are greater or equal to 0.
I see. So, and we get back a brand new array?
Yes, so the method is written in that way that will return a new array that returns all the methods, all the numbers that are selected according to the check that you did in the block.
Wow, that's a lot of logic for Ruby to do for you.
Yes, so let's kind of walk through the select method. So -10, excuse me, we'll go into the lm block variable and check is -10 greater or equal to 0. If it's not, then throw it away in that sense. And then 20 will go in. Is 20 greater or equal to 0? Yes, so we select it. And then -30, no. 40 we select, and then -50, and that's what we get back.
Okay, so after the select method has done its job, has it changed first array in any way?
No, it returns a new array.
Great. So it sounds like Ruby has done a really great job in taking care of a lot of logic for you.
Yes, so we saw each and select, but those are not the only ones that we could use to iterate through things. So we could use the reverse method that will reverse the contents of the array. We could also use the reject that will do the opposite of what the select does. So there are many other methods, and I highly encourage you to go to the Ruby docs, look at the class array or any other class that you're working with, and look at the methods available for you.
Great, because I can use all the help I can get. So, like Eduardo said, take the opportunity, look through all the different methods, and try some of them out for yourself. In our last video, we learned about all the different ways that you can use blocks by passing them into methods. But how can you write methods so that they're actually listening for these blocks?
Yes, so in Ruby, when we write methods that will accept blocks, we could yield to them. So here in the code, you can see on the left-hand side, we have a method called yield practice. And all it's going to do is going to print in the method the block is next. Then it's going to yield to whatever block of code is being passed to on the method call. And then it's going to print in the method again. So on the right-hand side, we have yield underscore practice. We call it, and we pass the block, print whatever piece of code I want. So the output is in the method, the block is next, whatever piece of code I want, and in the method again.
OK, so what is happening at the yield keyword?
So the yield is going to look at the block that you passed in the method call, and it's going to, you could think of kind of copy and pasting the block of code into the method, and it executes the method for you.
So it's like, OK, that thing you've got, use it here.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha. OK.
All right, so let's look at how to pass information. So we talked about block variables, but how do they work? So you could think of yield as also being able to pass arguments into it. So I modified the yield practice method that we just had, but this time I'm passing hello MVA. So now when we call the method, we have to say, OK, I'm accepting a block variable now. So we have the double pipes, and it's going to print the block variable with string interpolation. So what we get is in the method, the block is next, block variable hello MVA, in the method again.
I see. So the yield is still the place where we're cutting and pasting our code, but by giving it the variable, then we're inserting that into the code we wrote in the block?
Yes, so now the block could take that information and do whatever it wants with it. So that could be very useful when we're doing something like iterating, right? So let's look at the next slide that I have here. So here we have a class fixNum, and I'm writing the myTimes function, similar to the times function, and I have a loop. For I in 0 all the way to self, I'm yielding to the block.
So what is self?
So self, in this case, is the instance that the method is being called on. So if you look at the right-hand side, we're saying 2.myTimes. In that particular case, self will be 2. Underneath it, we say 1.myTimes. In that case, self will be 1. It's just the instance that we're calling the method on.
So it's kind of like the global variable within that object that's referred to as self.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So now we have hip, hip, hooray.
Great. Oh, okay. So all we need to do if we want to use blocks in our methods is we need to make sure that we're yielding so that we can take whatever code is given to us and put it in the right spot.
That's exactly right.
Wonderful. So now you know the secret behind how to get methods to listen for blocks. Take some time and give it a try. At this point, you've probably got some really useful methods. So useful, in fact, it'd be really nice if you could use these methods across multiple classes. That's where modules come in.
Yes, so modules are ways to package methods together so that we could include them in multiple classes. So if you write a really good method that you feel is useful in multiple classes, you don't want to duplicate code to put in those methods. Just put in a module and include that whole module into those classes.
Ugh, I hate duplicate code.
Yeah, that's the worst. So here in the code, we have a module called myEnumerable with 2 methods in it. All that we have to do to include it in whatever class we want, we could use the include keyword with the name of the module.
Okay, so I'm looking at this and I see my keyword module, and I give my module a name. And then I see 2 methods, but can I put as many methods as I want in here?
Yeah, you could put as many methods as you want, and just be careful to make them work to the classes that you're including those modules.
I see.
Right? So here in the code, for example, the mySelect, it will only work for arrays, right? Because the select is only returning a new array. So I challenge you to kind of think about how you could implement it to other classes. For example, how would you implement the mySelect in a range? One thing that you could do, you could use the self variable to check the class that it belongs to. Maybe self.class, and then with that, you write your code accordingly.
Okay, so the self variable is really going to make sure that each of my methods adapt themselves to whichever class they're being included in.
Exactly. And that's how you have multiple methods that could work across multiple classes.
I see. And so no matter what, no matter how many methods I have in each of my modules, if I use that include keyword, it's going to go and take every single one of those methods and add it to my class.
Exactly. It's like you almost copy and pasted those methods in those classes without really duplicating the code. So it makes your code a lot more reliable, and if you need to make a change, you only have to make a change in one place instead of making change in however many classes you include that method in.
I love that.
So let's look at some code. On the right, like I mentioned before, we're including the enumerable module, and we call the myEach function. We have an array with 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have a block variable that prints the element. So here, when we call myEach, we have for I in 0.self.length. Self in that case will be the whole array. So we get the length of it, which is 4, and we yield the block or execute the block that many times. So that will print 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's look at the mySelect. We have an evens variable that's going to be the array 1, 2, 3, 4 .mySelect, and the block variable that returns a Boolean is the element even, question mark.
Okay, yeah. What does the question mark mean?
Good question. So by convention, the question mark behind the method name is going to return a Boolean value. Can I do that last part again?
Yeah. Do you just want to go for my question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So by convention, method names that have a question mark at the end will return a Boolean value. So for example, is the number even, question mark? It can only be true or false. So those are conventions in Ruby. You see it all the time across all the methods in the docs.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't actually have any specific function. It's just a convention as part of a name to indicate to you, hey, this method is going to return a Boolean.
Yeah, it's just a naming convention.
Okay, great.
So mySelect has a variable called result equals to an empty array, and returning that when we're returning the result at the end. But let's look at the actual grunt work that it's doing. So here we have self.myEach, open block, block variable x, result less than percent less than x if yield of x. So the less than means push. And what it's doing is saying, okay, whatever block variable is coming from myEach, I'm gonna push x if the block returns true.
Okay, so the yield statement is waiting for a Boolean, true or false.
Yes.
Let's say it gets a true. What happens?
It's gonna push into the result whatever x is. And remember, x is coming from the myEach block, which is gonna yield each number of the array.
Okay, so what it's doing is it's looking at each thing in the array, checking that the yield's getting a true, and if so, it dumps it into the result.
Exactly.
Okay, and if we look at the sample code, it looks like we're deciding there what the yield is going to result in, true or false.
Mm-hmm. So in the block where we call the mySelect, we're doing is the element even, question mark, and if it is, then we want it to be selected into whatever that's going to return.
I see. So the elm.even, that's what our yield x is doing. So what we've got is we're looking for each even value. If it's even, we're going to dump it into our result array and eventually return that.
That's exactly right.
Awesome. Now that we have a really nice way to organize all of our methods together, I encourage you to look at some of the methods you've written and turn them into one extra useful module.
Hello, everyone. Let's talk about classes. Here, I'll write the fixNum class, a pre-existing class in Ruby, and I'm going to write my own method, def who am I. And all this method is going to do is going to print self, or the current object. Print I am self. Here we have a little bit of string interpolation. And what I could do, I could call that method on any instance of the fixNum class. So I could say 10.whoami, 5.whoami. And if I run that, as you can see, it prints that string. I am 10 and I am 5. So self simply is the current object that invoked the method that we wrote. Awesome. But let's write our own class and not write a method in a class that already exists in Ruby. So let's create a person class. Class person. And for now, it will be just empty, but we can instantiate that class. P1 equals to person.new, and P2 equals to person.new. Each time we write person.new, we're instantiating the person class and saving into a variable. So here, P1 equals to a new instance of the person class, and P2 equals to a new instance of the person class. Every time we do that, Ruby will assign an object ID to each instance. So we could check that. Let's print P1.objectID and P2.objectID, and they should be different. And there it is. They're totally different objects, right? So now let's write some setter methods for a name attribute and the age attribute. Def name equals to a string, and I'm going to say the name attribute, I'll set it to whatever argument gets passed into the method. Same thing for the age. And we want to say age instead. So this might be a little confusing, but the equal sign is just part of the name of the method. Now, what we could do is say, all right, for the first person, let me assign its name to be Eduardo, and his age to be 28. All right. Now, if we run this code, we do not get any errors because we have assigned the name attribute and the age attribute correctly. But what if we didn't have those methods? Let me comment that out and let's run the code. And as you can see, we get the undefined method name equals. So that's what we have here. Name equals is just the name of the method that we use to assign the name attribute. Now let's write the getters for those attributes. Def name, and all it does is going to return the name attribute, and def age is going to return the age attribute. Now, after assigning those attributes, I could get it. And let me print it. And let's run the code again. And as you can see, we printed Eduardo and 28. Now, what if we didn't have those methods? When I try to call them here, we're going to get another error, undefined method name, right? And if I comment this one, we will get undefined method age. So all we did is manually write our getters and setters for those attributes. However, getting and setting attributes in Ruby is so common that it provides little shortcuts for us. So instead of having to write the setters every time, I could just use this little shortcut attr writer, and I could pass a symbol, name, and an age. So these symbols will match the attribute that we're trying to access. Now, what we have here, for the name attribute, write a setter for it, and for the age attribute, let's write a setter for it. So now I don't have to manually write this code. So let's see if everything works fine still. And it looks like we're able to set things okay. We could do the same for the getter. attr reader. So let's read those attributes. Let's read the name attribute and the age attribute. Now we could take out the readers and just have two clean pieces of code here. So if I clear here and run the file again, and it looks like everything is fine. If you need to write and read attributes, we could just use the accessor method that will create the reader and the writers, or the setter and the getters for us. And we don't have to have two lines. We could just write in one line. And if I run the file here again, everything works fine. So this is how you write getters and setters in a person class or in any class. Now, what if you want a method that would initialize or construct every time you instantiate an object? In Ruby, that method is called initialize, and you could pass arguments to it. Let's say name, object name, and object age. And for each time this method runs, it's going to set the object's name to be whatever's getting passed into the method, and its age to be whatever is getting passed into the method. Let's close that. So now if we just try to run this code here, we're going to get an error because it is expecting a couple arguments. We given 0 arguments, they expected 2 arguments, right? So let's pass those in. So first, I'll have Eduardo and age 28, and the second person will be Kobe. I think it's 37. And if we run this file, now we don't get any errors. So we could get P2's name and P1's name and print that onto the screen. Awesome. So you can see each person now has their own name and has their own age, and they're being set when we call the initialize function every time we instantiate that object. So this is the basis of classes in Ruby. I hope you enjoyed.
At this point, hopefully you've got lots of great tools in your Ruby and Ruby on Rails toolbox. What we're going to talk about now is how to actually put those together and build something in an effective way. And we're going to do it with test-driven development.
Yes, so with TDD, we always want to make sure that we're testing while we're making progress in our application. So with TDD, we can write our test first, write minimal code to make the test pass, and then after that, we refactor. So we make sure that we're always on the right path while we're writing Ruby code. To be able to do TDD, we use a famous gem called RSpec.
What is a gem?
So we talk about the Ruby community, and gems are a big part of that. People have written a lot of Ruby code before, and they package it in gems. So you could download it and use it. So RSpec is just another gem that help us write tests. It's a testing library for Ruby.
So really, a gem is just a really cute way to say library.
Exactly. So when we use gems, we want to be really careful to what we download, because if someone stops support for it, your code might break and things like that. But usually, it's very powerful, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time.
Okay, so RSpec is a gem that somebody else wrote to make it easier for you to do test-driven development in Ruby.
Exactly. And I'll show you how to correctly do RSpec and test-driven development in our demo.
Great, so stick around for that.
Hello everyone, let's talk about TDD, or test-driven development. In this session, we'll be using the RSpec gem. If you have not installed it yet, we will have an installation guide in the notes of this module. So as you can see here, I have a folder called people_spec_demo, and I have two files, a person.rb file and a person_spec.rb file. The person.rb file will be our Ruby code, or our actual class that we're going to have tests for. The person_spec file will be the test that we will be writing for our person.rb file. So in TDD, we need to write the test first, write some code to pass it, and then refactor. How can we write the test? First, we will need to require relative the person file. So all this line is doing is requiring the contents of this person.rb file. Next, I'll be testing the person class. So we start with rspec.describe. What are we describing? The person class. Do, and it takes a block. So this is just simple Ruby code, guys. This is just a block of code, a Ruby block. Now we could separate each test into it blocks, or their own sections. So here I'll have it has a getter and a setter for the name attribute, do, end. And in this block, we're going to write some simple tests to make sure that what we described here in this string is what we want. So now we're going to say p equals to person.new, and p.name equals to Kobe Bryant, p.age, not the age, and we expect p.name to equal to what we set it above. So a lot of things going on here. The if block is just a simple block where we're going to describe and test if the feature that we want is working correctly. Here we're just instantiating the person class, and we're setting the name attribute to Kobe Bryant, and we expect, it's a method, we expect the name attribute to equal to whatever we set it above, which is Kobe Bryant. So now we will run the test. So let's go back to our terminal, and we're going to run rspec person spec.rb, and we press enter. We're going to see a failure, and we can see that what we describe in the if block, that's the message that we get. Right? So it's very important that you write clear messages when you're writing your tests. So it's failing because we haven't written any code, and that's good. Now we're going to write the appropriate code to make the test pass. So we know how to write getters and setters. Def name equals name. We'll set the name attribute to be the name that's passed in. Def name equals to add name. So now when we run the test, we can see that there is only one test. That's what the dot symbolizes. And it gives a nice little green message, one example and 0 failures. Now that we have written the code to pass, let's refactor. So we have written the test, we have failed, we have written the code to pass. Now the last step of TDD is refactor. We know how we could refactor this code. We could use the attribute accessor. So here, instead of writing those methods, I could say attr accessor for the name attribute, right? Now, if I run the test again, one example and 0 failures. Now we could write the same test, very similar test for the age attribute. Here it has a get and a setter for the age attribute, and p.age equals to 37, and we expect this instance's age to be 37. Now, if I run the code or the test, we can see that now we have 2 examples and 1 failure. And the test is person has a getter and a setter for the age attribute. So let's write the code for it. Def age for num is going to set the age attribute to the number that we get passed in. Def age, which is simply return the age. Now, when we run the test, we can see that we have passed. Next step, refactoring. We know how to do that. We could just say name, accesses for the name and the age. And there we go. The last test that we're going to write is to test if we have an initialize method. So let's write an if block. It has an initialize method that sets the name and age attribute to and p equals to person.new Kobe Bryant, age 37, p dot, and we expect p dot name to already be equal to Kobe Bryant. And we expect the same for the age. .37. Let's run the test now. Now let's write the initialize method. Def initialize name and age. All it does is sets the name attribute to be the name and the age attribute to be the age, and end. Now I'm going to run the test. And as we can see, we get 2 failures now. The initialize seems to be working, but now we get 2 different errors. A person has a get and a setter for the name attribute, and a person has a get and setter for the age attribute. All right, so what can we do here? If we don't give any arguments, let's give them a default argument, and we know how to do that. Here in the initialize, I'll say, if nothing's passed, let's set it to default name. And for the age, I'll set it to 0. So now, if we run the test, 3 examples and 0 failures. So we could see that even if we write something that for one test, it could affect the behavior of other things that we're trying to do, right? So this is a quick demo on TDD.
Welcome back. At this point, you should have a pretty good familiarity with the language Ruby and its syntax. But now we're going to talk about the Rails framework and how you can put Ruby to work making web applications.
Exactly. So Rails is a model view controller architecture, and it's going to help us organize our Ruby code to build web apps specifically. Try imagining building a social media platform only using Ruby and no framework. And
so all procedural?
Exactly.
Sounds like a lot of code.
So think about how your code will look like and how would you even start? By combining Rails with our object-oriented programming knowledge, we're going to separate everything that we need so that our code becomes more modular easier to maintain, and a lot cleaner. So Ruby on Rails will help us accomplish that. But what is a model, what is a view, and what is a controller? Here I have an analogy, a Microsoft store. You could think of the model as the storage room, where all the goods are stored. It will oftentimes be the database. The view is what the client in a web application sees when they go to your website through a browser. The controller is the Microsoft employee. It will take order from the view, find the product in the storage room, combine those, and finally give it back to the client. So it will be sort of like the mediator between the model and the view. Now, now I have this picture, so you can see we have a view on the left-hand side with a bunch of people. The controller is the Microsoft employee taking orders from the view and talking to the model to get a product. But how does this apply to Ruby and Ruby on Rails? Here on the left-hand side, we have the browser, or what the client will see, and there are a list of 4 players. This web page has a unique URL that is going to come through a request. So Rails will look at the URL and the router file will figure out where to go, which controller to go, and which specific action to execute.
So I, as a user, I type in a unique URL, and that tells my Ruby on Rails framework to go talk to a specific controller?
Exactly. So that URL is going to be often unique, and the router file will figure out where it needs to go. And it will be a specific controller and a specific method in that controller. Now, the controller will figure out if it needs to get information from the database or it needs to just render a template. Oftentimes, we'll have to talk to the database. So the controller's job is to get all the information that it needs so that the response is successful. So we'll talk to the model will give the information from the database to the controller, and then the controller will feed that information to the template and finally package it all together and give it as response back to the client.
Okay, so the controller is talking to the browser, but it's also talking to the model where our information is stored and getting things from the database and deciding which templates to display.
Exactly.
Oh, well, controller sounds like a pretty good name for it then.
Yeah, it controls everything that your web application needs.
Great.
So next, we're going to talk about more specific parts about this MVC framework.
Great. Can't wait to get started.
Hello everyone. After installing Rails, you have the command line interface available to you. The command line interface is how you're going to interact with your Rails application through the terminal, for example. So let's create a new project, and this project will be our own way to track players in a basketball league, for example. So here I'll create a Rails new. So that's the command to create a new project, and here you say whatever the name your project is. So for us, I'm going to call it Rails New League. Okay. This command will create your project folder, as you see here, with your Rails application. So let's wait until it finishes, and it looks like it's done now. So I'll change this directory into the League folder, and I'll open this in Sublime or your favorite text editor. So here I'll open this in Sublime, and here we have it. So this is our Rails project. So if I run Rails server, which is how you start your development server, we can see that once we open our browser now, we'll go to localhost 3000. Our Rails application is up and running. So let's take a look at the project folder. Let's go back to Sublime. This app directory is the most important directory that you're going to have. So we're going to have the controllers, which will be the employee or Microsoft employee, for example. We're going to have the models, which will interact with the database, and our views, which is what the client sees. Here, another important folder that we have is our DB folder. Here we're going to have something called migrations and migrating files, our schema, and things like that. And we're also going to have another important file is our gem file. So by default, a Rails application will come with all these gems, and oftentimes you'll be using other gems to make your life easier. Let's say we're trying to use an API from Google, or we're trying to use OAuth authentication. There are gems out there that will make your life easier to build in Rails. So as you can see right now, I'm using Rails 4.27. Our database right now is SQLite 3. It already comes with jQuery, so it's really nice. So it's a full stack framework. It will provide you with a lot of things. So I want to show you how to start a new application and how the directory looks. All right. So in the next video, we'll be covering creating models and how migrations affect your work and things like that. So see you then.
Great. Now you should have a pretty good understanding of the MVC, or Model View Controller style of framework that Rails provides us. And in this unit, we're going to talk about the M, or model part, and how to create your very own using the command line interface.
Yeah, so Casey mentioned the command line interface. That's a tool that Rails will give you to interact with your app through the command line or through the terminal. So how to create a model? If you look here at the slide, we use the CLI and we use the commands Rails generate model. So if you type this out into your command line, you're going to get this documentation, and it will tell you exactly how to create a model. So let's create a model for a player. Here, that's the command Rails G. You could use G for short for generate model player, and that player will have a name type string, and that player will also have an age type integer. So like we've talked about before, the model will often talk to the database and insert things to the database, retrieve, or even delete data. So it's very important that we set up the model how we want to reflect into your table in the database. Other attribute types are primary key, decimal, flow, Boolean, references. Those are for relationships, and we'll talk about more about references later on. Binary, text, date, time, and integer.
Okay, so when we use the command line interface to generate a new model, it's going to determine the types of parameters that can take in and already do the hookup to the database for us?
Yeah, but to be able to make a hookup to the database, we have to use something called migrations.
Oh.
So that's perfect, because now when we create a model, it will create a couple files for you. More importantly, it will create a model file and it will create a migration file. So a migration file is, you could think migration as a version control, and it'll keep track of how your database schema has been changed throughout the time of your application. So when you create a model to say, hey, I need a player model with this type of columns, then you get a migration file, and that it will be just Ruby code that once you run the migration, it will actually create a table with those columns that you need. So now that we talked about models and migrations, I would like to do a demo on them.
Great, I can't wait to see it.
Welcome back, everyone. In this demo, I will show you how to create a model, and I will show you how to create migrations and go a little more in depth on what migrations are and their use. So here I have our league application that we created in the last demo. I will first see what the Rails generate model command will give us. So here we type Rails generate model, and this is how you generate a model. But if we don't write anything else, we'll have some nice documentation about how to create a model. So here, just wait on to load, and we have all this information that if you want to read more about, you could go ahead and read about it. Also, you could go to the docs. But depending on your database, Rails will give you some information on how to create the model. So let's do a player model. So I'm going to create Rails generate. We could have G for a shortcut, model player, name string, age integer. Here we're going to create a model player, and it's going to have a couple attributes. It's going to have a name attribute, which is going to be a string, and an age attribute, which will be an integer. So let's run this. So this command generates a couple files for us. Here it creates a migration file. Here it creates a model file. and a couple test files that we won't go into right now, but definitely later in the course. So let's see how they look like. I'm going to open this in Sublime. Again, you could use any text editor that you like. It automatically creates this model file. So the command created a player class which inherits from active record base. This line is very important. This is how active record, or the ORM that we're using, is going to relate this player model, this simple class in the models folder, to a players table in our database. I mentioned before that we're creating a couple attributes here, name string, age integer. These will be the columns in our database. Okay, so for now, we still don't have anything in our database, but we do have a migration file. If you go to the DB folder, inside of the migrate file, we have this file with a timestamp and a name create players. So this is simple. This is just some Ruby code that Active Record will use to create the table when we run the migration. Migrations are ways for your app or for the Rails application to keep track and kind of act like as a version control for your application. So every step that you do and every change that you make to your database, you'll be making through migrations. And you're going to run those migrations, and those are going to be recorded so everyone will know what happened to the database and how the database used to look like and how it looks like now. For now, we haven't created those tables. Once we run the migration, the table will be created. All right, so let's go ahead and run the migration now. Rake db migrate. This is the command to run a migration, and you see that this Ruby code just ran. Right, we created this table players. We created this players table, and we'll have a couple attributes. Along with the CLI, Rails will give you a console, sort of like IRB, but it will load your Rails application with it. So in your terminal, if you could follow me, type Rails console. Again, there's a shortcut for almost everything in Rails. We could write Rails C instead, and that will do the same thing. The Rails console, it loads the development environment, aka your whole app in development, so that you could play with the schema, you could add things to the database without having to use a GUI or anything. Everything is in your terminal, which oftentimes developers appreciate because then you never have to really use your mouse or go anywhere, right? So one important thing is that we talked about this class player model, right? So what Active Record is going to do is the ORM that we're going to use. For those that are not familiar with ORM, it stands for Object Relational Mapper. And what it will do, it will map this player class to the players table, like I mentioned before. And it will turn those things into instances of this model. To further prove my point, let's try to create some players, or let's see how the players table look like. So again, using the ORM, we're going to instantiate a new player, right? So same syntax from Ruby, right? We're going to say, hey, this variable P is going to be a new instance of the player, okay? And you can see now that if I say P, right, I have this new instance. It's not saved in the database yet, right? But it is an instance of this player class, right? Now let's save this player to the database. First, I'm gonna say p.name equals to, let's do Eduardo, and p.age equals to 68. All right. So now this p instance of the player class has the name attribute to be Eduardo and the age attribute to be 68. Now we could run the save command, which will actually save this instance into the database. p.save. Now we can see what this does. The save command will run this query, the inserting query into our database. One awesome thing about the ORM is that it will give you a lot of commands, but it also give you some feedback and also will tell you exactly what it's doing to run that command. So we could see that it begins the transaction and it runs the SQL query. So we mentioned before that Rails is awesome for beginners because people don't have to write the SQL queries themselves, and this is what I meant by that. We have everything is objectified so that even beginners could easily interact with the database without writing SQL, right? Now, we have saved a player, right? How do we retrieve? We could write, but how do we read now? So to get all the players or to get everything from the database using the ORM that is given to us, we could run a command like player.all. This command will give me all the players in my database right now. Okay, so you can see that this player.all method, this is .all is simply a class method on the player class. And this is why the OOP section in the Ruby part of the course is so important. Now, if we simply understand that .all is a method that you could call on any class that will simply run a query that will select the corresponding table of that class, then things get a little more easier and a little better to understand, because the ORM sometimes could be complicated. But now this is not very readable. So let's insert another player, and I'll show you another way to create a player. We could say player.create. So create will run the new and the save method at the same time. So before we run the new and then the save. Now to do both at the same time, we could say create, and I'll say the name attribute will be called Christopher Burns. Christopher. Let's do just Christopher. His age will be 80, right? And I'm gonna run this. Very similar to what we saw before. It begins the transaction, inserts it to the database, and commits it. Now let's run player.all again and see what that gives us. It gives us an array of objects, right? But this is kind of hard to read. And there's an awesome gem out there to prettify the output that we see. So let's do that. So let me exit the console. And I'll go back to my gem file. And the gem file, we're going to add this gem called herb. So this is how you add gems, any gems that you use into your project. You go to the gem file and add the gem, and then you run bundle install. As you can see, we could find herb somewhere right here. We have installed herb successfully. We're using herb. Let's go back to the Rails console now. We're gonna have herb.enable. That is true, and I'll run the same query, player.all, and we have a table, nice and pretty table, right? So herb is a gem that I use that will help us read the database. When we have something like this, sometimes it gets really hard to read it, right? So there we go. I'm gonna enable herb again. All right, player.all. All right, so we learned how to create a new instance of the player model, right? We learned how to insert that instance into the database, into the players table. How can we update something? How can we retrieve it and then update, right? So let's do that. There are a couple ways that you could read something or find a specific thing in the table, a specific ID, for example. I could do player.first. That will give me the first player in the database, not the first ID, just the first player or the first row in my database. Okay, I could do player.second. I could do player.last, right? But what if we want to search by a specific column in our database? We could do player.find, and the .find method will look for the ID by default, right? So if I do, let's say, an ID that doesn't exist, it will throw me an error. Couldn't find a player with ID 10. So let's find a player that actually exists. Player.find to, right? That gives me Christopher. And we can see the query that is running. All the ORM is doing is giving you methods that we could call on either the class or the instance to run a query for us, right? Pretty simple, pretty easy way to understand what it's doing, but it's also really powerful, right? So I have Christopher. I'm gonna save Christopher into a variable. So I'm gonna say Chris is player.find to. So the variable Chris is whoever player.find to will return to me, right? So if I just have Chris here, we have Chris, right? So let's update Chris's age to be something like 27. The method, as you imagine, is .update, right? .update, and then we'll tell it which column we want to update. And I want the age to be updated to 27, right? And again, it runs the query for us, right? And if we do player.all again, we could see that Christopher has been updated, and it automatically updates the update column as well for us, which is pretty neat. Next, let's find the player by another column, right? So we talked about find, which will automatically go default to the ID column, but we could run the find by command, and this we could explicitly tell the column name and the value of that column to find that player. For example, if I want to find Christopher again, right, I'm going to say find by the name column, and I want it to be Christopher. Its value must be Christopher, right? And then it returns that. So a couple of ways that you could find the player, for example. All right. So we went over the basics of what the ORM is doing, and when we get to relationships, this will get more complicated. But Rails will give you some neat little tools to make these complex queries a lot easier, again, through the ORM, right? But next, let's talk about the migrations, right? I'm just gonna exit the console again. And you don't really have to exit the console. Usually I have the console open and then have the terminal here. But for demonstrations, I'm closing and opening every single time for you guys. But let's talk about migrations. So let me clear this. And we have, so when I ran migrate, right? You guys didn't see this, but it created the schema.rb file. And this is your actual database, how it looks like, right? But let's say that we made a mistake and we need to have a last name table, right? And also we need the first name table. We don't want just to have the name. We want to save users' first name and last name, right? So similar to this, we're going to create our migration files. To create a migration file is Rails generate migration or Rails G migration. And here, that's the name of the file that you're gonna create. The name of the migration file, similar to create players here. I'm gonna say add column last name. All right, and 2 players. All right, so I'm gonna run that, and it create a migration file, right? And here we go, and we have the same change method. This method means change database, right? And they're gonna run add column. So this is the migration method, right? The table name that we wanna change the column to. Remember, the table name is plural, players, right? The column name is gonna be last name, right? And the type will be string, right? So I'm adding a column to the players table. The column, what is the column? It's going to be the last name, and of course we need to tell the type of the column will be string. All right, so now let's run RateDB migrate, right? So this is how we actually change the database. All right, we run RateDB migrate, And if we go to a schema, right, we could see that last name has been added. So let's go to the Rails console again. Enable herb. And we're going to do player.all. We can see that we have this last name. Or player.new. We can see that there's a last name column now. All right. But we still have this name column, so we must change it. We must change this to a string, or not a string. It's already a string. We must rename it to first name. So let's exit this. Let's create a new migration. Rails G migration. Change or rename name column to first name. Right? It's good to be explicit, because then whoever is reading these migration files will know exactly what is going to happen, what exactly what it's doing. All right, let's run this migration. And we have this. In the change method, we're going to call this method called rename column. We have to tell it which table, players table, and which column is going to be the name column. And what we're going to change to first name. All right, so depending on the method, these get different, the arguments that you're passing to, right? But we could always go to a new window, right? And go to the migration documents. Migration, Ruby, guys, Ruby on Rails migrations. And here it shows you how to write a migration to create a table, how to write a migration to change columns, how to add foreign keys, and all the things that I'm showing you right now, right? Obviously, there are a lot more migration methods that you could run. I just wanted to show you a couple to tell you that you should never go into the schema file and change this directly. You should always create a migration first and then run that migration, right? And that would handle the changing of the schema for you. All right. I wanted to show you another cool little tool that you have, right? So which migrations do we know have been executed, and which migrations do we know that have not been executed, right? Looking at this file or this folder, we have no idea, right? For example, I haven't run this migration yet, right? But it's already saved in my folder, okay? How do we check? Again, Rails will give us a tool, is rake db migrate status. All right, this will tell us which migrations are up and which migrations are down. All right, for example, the two migrations that have already been executed, they're up, meaning they've been executed. The one that is still pending is down. All right, I only recommend you to delete a migration file when it's down. All right, never delete a migration file when it's up, only when it's down, because then when you run a migration, you won't be able to find it when it's the status will be up, but then the file will be missing, right? So you always want to put it down first and then rename the column or run or delete the migration file. So now that we know that one of them is down, we could run the migration or rake db migrate, right? And it will run all the migrations that are down, make it up. And if you see our schema, we have the first one has been changed to first name, the first one has been changed to last name, right? If we go back to the Rails console, herb.enable, player.all, right? We can see that the first name have been changed, right? So let's update the first player.first. That again, this gives me Eduardo, right? I'm gonna update. So remember, update was a method that we called on an instance, right? We first, in the example that I gave you, I said Chris equals to player.last, right? Or player.find2, right? Now Chris, it becomes an object, right? And then we could call the update on that object. Again, when I do player.first, that gives me an object. Since I have an object now, I could call update on that, right? And I can say last name is Bake, right? do player.all has been updated. Now let's update Christopher. Player.last.update. Now I'll show you another syntax that you could do. Last name Barnes. All right. Player.all. The reason why I showed you this syntax is for you to realize that all these things are hashes in Ruby, right? All the things are key and value pairs. So this syntax of having the last name colon value, column name colon value, it is a syntactic sugar to actually this. All right, so it's just an easier way to write things, right? It looks a little more like JSON. It's a little more readable. It's faster. So Ruby decided to update, or Rails decided to update their methods so that it supports this type of syntax. All right. So let me go back and run player.all one last time. Everything looks good. Let's exit. But what if we made a mistake again, right? What if this migration file was wrong and I don't want to change it in the first place? Everything's fine just as is, right? We could run a rollback. Let me clear this. So we made a mistake. The last migration was actually wrong. I'm going to say rake db rollback. This will roll back the last migration. And as you see, it says, hey, reverting the changes, right? They're no longer changed. If we go to schema, we could see that the last name is there, but the first name is gone, and it's still the name column, whatever we had up to this point, right? If you want to change one more time, you could do rake db rollback one more time, and revert this one, right? And if you look at our schema, now this is the original. You don't have to roll back twice like this. You could say rake db rollback step equals to whatever, right? But I'll leave it up to you to figure that out. It's simply going to the migrations and reading the documentation and seeing how to run a rollback for n amount of times. All right. Let's run rake db migrate status and see the status of our migrations. These two are down, right? But actually, my changes that I made, they're correct. So I'm going to run a rake db migrate here and leave it as how it was before we roll back. All right, cool. Our tables are good. Our table is good. Our schema file looks great. In the next demo, I will show you how to do associations and have relationships between tables. So until next time.
Now that you have a model that's all hooked up and talking to your database, we want to make sure that what that model is sending to the database is correct. And Rails gives us something really great to do exactly that, validations.
Exactly. So we never want to trust the input that comes from the user. It could be anything, even malicious. So let's run some validation code to make sure that the information that they send is correct and safe for a database. In Rails, validations are simple, but yet powerful. Rails has a number of methods that allow us to check user input before we save anything to the database. And it will also generate error messages, which is pretty neat. And we could just send that information to the user, and we could just send the information back to the user so they could correct the input.
So it'll say like, hey, you typed in something that I wasn't expecting, or oh, I needed something more from you, things like that.
Exactly.
And that's already comes packaged up with whatever validation method you choose from Rails framework.
Exactly. So let's go back to our player model that we created before, and let's add a validation. So we will add the validates method, and we'll choose the name and the age columns to be validated. Next, we'll add another argument saying the presence of those columns need to be true. By doing that, Rails will not allow any information that you try to add to the database without those two columns being provided, meaning they cannot be empty or nil.
So essentially, validates is a method that Rails provides us. We give it what we're trying to validate as parameters, and then we choose from some predetermined types of validations. In this case, we're using the presence style of validation that checks that those columns do exist and are non-empty.
Exactly. And it will also give you error messages like mentioned before. Next, let's do a demo of other types of validations and even how to create custom validations into our models.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone. In this demo, we're going to talk about validations. Validations are very powerful. Validations will help us keep our data in our database very clean. It will make sure that only valid data is being inserted to the database. Because again, we never want to trust anything that comes from the user, right? So we want to make sure that all of the data that we end up storing in our database, it's valid and it's not harmful to us. All right, so let's go to the guides for Ruby on Rails, and this is where you find a lot of documentation for validations. And I won't go over this because I'd rather show you guys how to validate things. But if you want to learn more about validations, there's a lot of good information here that you could definitely learn. But let's get to coding. So I have the League app. Again, we're always going to be working on this app. And let's run some validations, all right? Generally, there are two types of validations. Validations that run on new records and validations that run on existing records. By default, all the validations will be run on both, but we could specify which validation we want to run depending if we're trying to enter a new object into the database or if we're trying to update a new object to the database. Okay, but first let's go over some of the simple validations that we could have. In the lecture, I showed you guys a very simple validations, which is the presence true. All right, so we're gonna have validates name. So that's the attribute. We're running the validates method on the attribute name, and we're gonna say its presence must be true. All right, this syntax here. So the symbol hash rocket is the same thing as saying presence colon true. All right, so just a little shortcut. Now let's go to our Rails console and let's try to enter a new player, which is an invalid player. So let's say the name attribute is not there. Oh, by the way, this is first name because we changed in the last demo. We remember that we changed our schema so that we have first name and last name, correct? So let's make sure that a player always enters the first name, right? If they're trying to create a player, if the user is trying to create a player. So here we have the same syntax, like let's create a new player object. And first let's try to save this, or let's check if it's valid. Okay, so there's a method called valid question mark. All right, usually methods with a question mark in Ruby or in many other languages as well, we return a boolean, right? So p.valid question mark will give us either is this object valid? Can we insert it to the database or can we not? Okay, and it's false, right? Because first name must be true, right? And we could also check the errors. Here we do p.errors.full_messages, p.errors, excuse me, and then it gives us the first name can be blank, right? So it's giving us some nice little messages here to tell us that the first name must be present. All right, so let's insert let's say that the last name also must be present. Okay, so we could either say validates last name presence true. All right, and whenever you make changes to the model file, you must tell your Rails console that you update it, right? That you made changes. We do that by doing the reload, bang. Okay, again, let's do p equals to player.new, and let's run p.valid question mark, false, and let's run p.errors.full underscore messages. And now we have first name can be blank and last name can be blank. So there's default errors for us that Rails will give depending on which validation you're running, right? And imagine if in a web application, we're usually just going to send this to the view, right? And just loop through it and display those messages unless you want the messages to change. All right. So we have that. But this is kind of redundant, right? We're saying, hey, the first name, the presence must be true, and the last name, can we make this in one line? And the answer is yes, right? So if we say last name here, just tag that on, and we take that out. Let's reload. And notice that I'm creating a new object every time when I'm reloading. Is because you cannot access this object or whatever object you created before you reloaded, right? So when you reload, you have to create a new object again. p.valid question mark is false. p.errors.full underscore messages. So same thing, right? So first name can be blank and last name can be blank, right? Let's look at all the players that we have right now. Player.all. Let's enable herb. Player.all. Notice that Eduardo and Christopher, they don't have a last name. All right, so I'm gonna say E equals to player.first. All right, and I'm gonna try to update the first name attribute to something else. All right, so E.update first name to be, let's say Martin. Okay, now I'm going to try to run that, and notice that we get a rollback, right? We're not able to update this entry in the database, right? And the reason why is because we don't have a last name in there, right? Like I mentioned before, the validations will by default run on both the create and the update. All right, so if we do e.errors.full underscore messages, all right, we see that last name can be blank. So how can we make that the last name, the only time I want that validation to run, that the last name must be present, is when you create a player, right? So let's not worry about the validation of the last name when we're trying to update a player. So let's say if you don't want a last name after you create your player, then that's okay with us. So let's go back here into our code, and we're gonna say validates last name, presence true, and we're gonna say only on create. Okay, so remember, this is only gonna run only on create now. All right, so let's reload. I think I spelled reload wrong. Okay, so we have that. Let's do the same thing. E equals to player.first. So that's Eduardo, and we're gonna say e.update first name to be Martin now. And see how that worked? Updated the first player to be Martin. The last name, its presence is required to be true on create. All right, but let's put last names for our players right now, because I want them to have last names anyways. So I'm gonna say player.first.update last name to be Puyer, and player.last.update last name to be Barnes. All right, so we have last names to everyone. Okay, that's great. All right, what about age? What about numbers, right? We should be able to update that as well, or to run validations as well. Okay, so let's say validates the age column or the age attribute, we call the numericality validation, and we're going to say the number needs to be greater than 0 but less than or equal to 100. Okay, so this can make sure that the age are between the number 1 and 100 inclusive on both sides. Alright, so let's reload here. So let's try to insert someone new into our database. Alright, so I'm going to say p equals to player.new. I'm going to try to insert this person by calling the .save. p.save. We get a rollback. Rollback means it didn't get inserted into the database, and now we could do p.errors.full underscore messages. So we get this array of messages. We get that age is not a number. We could also say age, its presence to be true, right? That would be a better error to deal with instead of having something nil and then gives us another number error, right? Let's reload this and let's do the same thing. P equals to player.new, p.save, rollback again, p.errors.full underscore messages. All right, this is a little better. Okay, now let's try to insert someone with a wrong age. All right, maybe someone that puts an age that's negative. So p.first name, p.last name, p.age equals to -5. So if you look at our p object, we have first name, age, and last name. I'm going to call save on this. We get a rollback. Let's see why. p.errors.full underscore messages. And age must be greater than 0. Awesome. Now let's say p.age is 110 and try to save that. p.errors.full underscore messages. Now we get age must be less than or equal to 100, right? So let's look at our p object. So let's change this to be valid. Let's go back to 68. p.age equals to 68. Let's look at the p object. Everything looks good. We need to save this into the database, right? And we're going to call p.save, and we get a commit transaction. Awesome. So everything's nice and clean. It's passing our validations. Now if you do player.all, we get all the players. One thing that I forgot to mention is that Rails by default will update your ID, will auto increment by 1 every time you insert something into the database, and also will update the created at and updated at for you, which is really nice. Okay, so these are just some of the built-in validation that Rails comes with. So you could go in here and learn. There's a lot more to them. There's a lot more methods that you could run. But what about custom validations? All right. How about what if we want the first name of all the players to always be a val? It must be a val. Okay. So we could write a custom method with a validation that will run to check the first letter of each of the first name. All right. So I'm gonna say, let's go down here. Let's leave us some room, and I'm gonna say, write a method. First name starts with val. So remember that these are just instance methods now, right? We're inside of a class, and this is how you write an instance method, right? So this method will be available for each instance. So we could call that on the instance, right? So first, let's make our vals array equals to A, E, I, O, U, right? And I'm gonna say unless vals dot include, okay, and self. So remember, in this case, self will be the instance, right? Self dot first name 0.down-case. Okay, here I'm saying, let's change this to vowels, right? Is the first name of the object at that 0th index lowercase included in this array, right? If it's not, then I'm gonna add an errors. So add errors to the first name column must start with a vowel, okay, and end. All right, so hopefully this was not too confusing, unless it's the opposite of if. So here I'm saying again, it's the first name, it's the first letter of the first name, its downcase version included in the vowels array. If it's not, then add an error and run the validation, or return an error. If it is, then we're good to go. And now here I'm gonna call validate, okay, singular now, the first name, okay, and I'm gonna call the method. So here, just copy and paste that. All right, so we're saying the first name column must pass this validation. All right, so here, let's go back, let's reload, okay, reload, let's take this out. I'm gonna say p equals to player.new, okay, let's do p.firstname, and let's have someone that does not have a, that does not start with a vowel. Okay, so let's say Lance. All right, p.lastname equals to Robertson, p.age is 77. Let's look at the p object. Everything looks okay. Let's try to save, and we get a rollback, right? Let's do p.errors.full_messages, and we get first name must start with a vowel. Okay, so there we go. This is a custom validation. The self here is actually optional. The first name, the validate first name, it knows that we're trying to validate the first name attribute, right? So it will automatically assume that in here. So this will actually be the attribute that we're trying to reach into. So I'm gonna do the same thing here, reload, and I'm gonna do p equals to person.new, first name equals to last name is Robertson, age is 77. Oh, it's player. Apologies. Let me go back here. Let's try to save again. Same error, right? p.errors.full_messages. Now let's create a player that has the right validation. So p equals to player.new, first name, I'm gonna call this a person. Sorry, I'm not very original. And I'm gonna call this last name, and age is 1. Okay, so we see that p.save, it commits player.all, and we have that. Okay, so horrible names, but for the purposes of showing custom validations and validations that Ruby on Rails comes with, that's what I decided to pick. All right, I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you next time.
One thing that the Rails framework gives us that's really great is the ability to establish formal relationships between different models. And we do that with something called associations.
Exactly. So associations are ways for us to relate the models between each other. So we're essentially relating the tables that we have in our database and create a relationship so that we can retrieve data a lot easier using active record. For example, we have the has-one relationship. A has-one is a one-to-one relationship between models. Here I have a player and an address. So a player can only have one address. So we say in the player model, this player has one address. What we're doing there, we're creating a method called address that will call on the player object so that it will retrieve that player's address. Next, let's talk about the has many. This is a very common relationship that you'll be often used in your applications. So a team could have many players. That's a one-to-many relationship. How do we set that up in our models? Here we have the class team has many players, and the class player belongs to team. By doing this, we create a method for the team object called .players, and then a team method for the player object.
So I'm essentially defining in my team that they are going to have many players, but I also have to, in my player method, say, hey, you only get one team.
Exactly. So we could go and find the first player in our database and call the .team method, which Active Record will write a query to retrieve that specific player's team name or team object. Reversely, we could find the team. Okay, can we start that again?
Yeah.
So I was like, you got to define it in the team, and you got to define it in the players. They only have one team.
Exactly. So, for example, we could go and find the first team and call the .players method, and that will retrieve all the players that belong to that specific team. And Active Record will do that for you. Reversely, we could find the first player and call the .team method, which will retrieve the team that that player belongs to.
So associations is a way for us to define easy to access methods in each of our classes. And Active Record, because of the relationship, knows how to go and get that information.
Yes. So next, we'll talk about the many-to-many relationship. And that is set up with the through. To create a many-to-many relationship, we have to use the through methods. In this example, we have a player class and a game class. So a player could be part of many games, but also the game could have many players. To keep track of which player playing which game, we'll create a new model called appearance. And that appearance will have columns for the player and the game. Those columns usually will be the IDs to refer back to which player played in each game. Imagine, that appearance table is really important because that's what we're going to use to make a join. Or that's what Active Record will use to join the player in the game. And how do we set that up in the player class and the game class? We simply say a player has many appearances, and a player has also many games through appearances, and the opposite will go for the game. The game has many appearances, and the game has many players through appearances. And then in the appearance model, we say that this model belongs to a player, and also it belongs to a game.
So then there's only one appearance, and for each appearance, it has one player in one specific game. But then by using the through method, we're creating a relationship through all these many different things to say, hey, like when a player appears has an appearance, it's at a specific game, and there can be so many of those, but we've got a specific pipeline all the way from player through to which game they played in.
Exactly. Next, I would like to do a demo on associations.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, everyone. In this demo, we're going to talk about associations. Mainly, we're going to talk about the has one, the has many, and the has many through associations. So associations are a way to set up the models in your application to connect and create relationships. For example, if a player has a team and a team has many players, how can we get that information? By setting up associations, Active Record will give us methods that we could call on to query the information very easily. First, let's go over an example of the has one association. So I like to use address. For example, a player can only live in one place at a time, so a player only has one address, right? So we already have the player model. If you guys remember from the last demo, we have the player model. I'll take this out. We don't need this custom validation anymore. Let's take that out, but I'll leave the other ones, okay? And let's create a a address model now. So Rails generate model address, and I'll keep it very simple. It's gonna be street, it's gonna be a string, and let's just have street for now, and player references. Player references, all it's gonna do is create a player underscore ID column in the addresses table to reference to the player model, because we need to keep track of which player lives in that address. So this is what that will do. All right, so let's run the model generator. There we go. If we look at our DB schema, not schema, our migration file, we see that we have a references, right? It's just the foreign key to the player table. Let's look at the address. So when we run player references, Rails will automatically put this belongs to player, and all this does is create a instance method on the address model to query a player that belongs to the address. Okay, that's what it will automatically do. It will do a belongs to player. All right, so to see how this actually works, let's run the migration and let's get into our console. RigDB migrate to actually create the table. Good. So our schema, it should create the addresses table. Let's run Rails console. I'm gonna enable herb, and these are all the players that we have. And let's do player.all, and let's do address.all. Obviously we don't have anything there. Address.new. Oh, spell address wrong. Address.new. So we could create an address and tell which player that address belongs to, right? So let's have let's create a new address. Address.create street will be 123 example road, and player ID will be 1. Okay, so we create a new address, address.all. There we go. So remember what I said before, that the belongs to creates an instance method on the address model, right, called player. So an instance method, I could call on instances. So address.first is an instance of the address model, right? This is an instance of the address model. Let me disable herb real quick. Herb.disable. Address.first is an instance, is an object, right? So I could do address.first.player to retrieve the player that belongs to that address, right? The player that lives in that address. So address.first, again, this is an instance. Now I have an instance method called .player that retrieves the player that lives in the address, right? Let me go back to herb.enable. Address.first.player, right? Or I could do something like A equals to address.first. So A equals to the first instance of the address model. Now A.player, who belongs to that address, is Martin, right? It's not just Martin, it's the object that has the first name Martin, last name player, and all this thing. This is also an object, right? So I hope that the belongs to is clear. But again, we're trying to have a has one relationship. The belongs to just tells me who belongs to the address. But what if I want to know which address that player has, right? So again, it's very similar to adding this line. We're gonna automatically add that line to to the class as well, but not the has, not the belongs to. In this case, will be the has one. Okay, has one address. All right, so now we're saying, hey, the player class, we're going to create an instance method called address that will retrieve the address that the player has, and that player cannot have more than one. It's only one address. Okay. Every time we make changes to the model, we need to reload. Okay, and now I could do the other way, right? Which address that the player one has, right? So player.all, again, we have this. Let's say p equals to player.first. So the variable p equals the first player object, and p.address, right? What is your address, player one, player.first, is 123 example road. Okay, so let's create another player. Let's create another address. Address.create. Actually, let me go back real quick. So I want to show you guys a couple ways that you create an address or any object in the database so that has a relationship. In here, I said address.create street 123 example road, player underscore ID equals to 1. You could also pass the whole object. So I'll show you what I mean by that. Let's create another address. Address.create street is 456 testing avenue. Player, not player ID, equals to player.third. Okay, so notice that now I'm passing the whole object into the query, and Rails will automatically figure it out that you're trying to pass the ID. Okay, and see how we commit the transaction, right? Player ID equals to 3. So a couple ways that you could create things that has relationships, right? So one way is to create relationship is to pass the actual ID, but then you had to say player underscore ID equals to the number. The other way is just to say player and pass the whole player object. Now I could do address.second.player, that should give me the third player, and then player.third.address. All right, so that's the has one relationship, and also we went over the belongs to, and next we'll go over the has many or one-to-many relationships. All right, so I'll see you next time. Hello everyone. In this demo, we'll go over the one-to-many relationship. In Rails, it's the has many relationship. So we'll be creating a relationship between player and teams. So a player belongs to a team, but a team has many players. For example, in soccer, there are 11 starting players and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 reserves on a team. Correct? So we're going to set up relationships so that we could always access which team a player belongs to and all the players that are in a team. So first, let's create a team model. Let's go back to our terminal, and I'm going to exit the console here. Let me clear this out, and back to our model creation, Rails generate or G model team, and the team will have a name. That'll be all, right? There we go. Let's go back to our migration. It looks good. The team looks good. Let's rake db migrate. Good. So when we create a has many relationship, we also need to keep track which team a player belongs to. So we need to add a column in the players table that will have team underscore ID so that we could access the team to that player column, right? So similar to what we did before with the address, which has in our schema, which has the player ID, we need the players table to have a team ID so that we could keep track of the team that that player belongs to, right? So first, we need to create a migration file. Remember, we're always trying to create migration files to change our schema. Here, I'll type Rails generate migration, and I'm gonna call this add team reference to player. Okay, and I'm gonna say what I'm trying to add. I'm gonna try to add team references. All right, so remember that we could have migration files and we could write the migrations ourselves, but we could also say things like this. I want to add a team reference in the migration, and will automatically create that code for us in the migration file. So if I go to migration file now, it automatically added this code for me, right? I could have typed this out, right? I could have just literally just typed this out from scratch, but it's a little easier to just do it through the terminal sometimes, right? So this is how you add a reference to the players table, the team, and index true and foreign key true. Okay, let's rakedb the migration, rakedb migrate. Now, if you look at our schema, we have the team ID, right? So if we go to our console, player.all, that's herb.enable player.all, you have the team ID column. Okay, so how can we set up the relationships? Similar to the has one and the belongs to, a player will belong to a team, right? So a player belongs to a team. Again, this is creating a instance method that will call on this column, right? That will look at this column and figure out which team that player belongs to, right? Now, the team has many players, so here we're gonna write team has many, and we're gonna say players. And this method, this instance method, will query all the players of that specific team. Okay, so first let's create some teams. Team.all, team.new. Let's say team.create. Name will be LA Lakers. Team.create. Name will be LA Clippers. Team.create. Name Boston Celtics. Okay, so we have 3 teams, and let's assign some players that we already have to those specific teams. So I'm gonna say Martin and Christopher, they both belong to the Lakers. Eduardo belongs to the Clippers, and a person last name belongs to the Celtics, right? So let's do player.first.update team _ID will be 1, right? That's the Lakers ID. That worked, right? We could also do player.second.update team.first, right? Almost the same thing. Oh, unknown attribute team. I guess that doesn't work for the updating. Let's go back here. Let's just update the normal way team ID. That will be 1. Okay, so now player.all, we have team ID 1 and 2, and 1 for Christopher and Martin. I will assign Eduardo to team ID 2, player.third.update team ID equals to 2, and player.last.update team ID 3. Okay. Okay, player.all. Everything looks good. So once we put these things in our models and we reload, okay, we could call these methods, right? So I want to know which team Martin belongs to, or the first player. So player.first.team, and it queries the information, right? We could see that it's selecting the team where the team ID equals to 1, because Martin, or player.first, the team ID is 1, right? Now we could do the same thing from the team side. So again, team.all, I'm going to select the first team, t equals to team.first, right? Now the method here is .player. So t.players will query all the players that belong to that team. So those are 2 players. So we could see the query that it does is, so from the players table, right, select all the information where the players.team ID equals to the same ID of t, right, or team.first. I could just chain that here, team.first.players, it will be the same thing. Now team.second.players should be Eduardo, right? Because there's only 1 player there. But could be many players, right? Team.third.players, very similar. It will be only 1 person right now because only 1 person belongs to that team. Right? So this is how you create a one-to-many relationship. And by writing these methods here in our models, it creates instance methods that that will query the information that we need very easily. So very powerful and also pretty easy to implement. And I hope this was helpful to you. So next we'll create the has many through relationships. All right, so I'll see you next time. Welcome back, everyone. The last association that we're going to cover is the has many through. The has many through association is used to connect another model in a many-to-many relationship. We're going to have a third table that's going to be the through model, right? We're going to create a model that is going to have a third table that will hold on to the IDs of the first model to the connecting of the second model and vice versa. In a many-to-many relationship, you usually have a middle table that will hold on to the IDs of both things that you're trying to relate to. So the example that we had in the lecture is the game model, right? So a player could have many games. In a season, a player will play many games, but a game itself has many players. So we'll create an appearance model and to keep track of which player appeared in which game. So let's do that. First, let's create the game model. So let me clear this. Rails G model game, and we're gonna have the home string. So here it's gonna be the home team and then the away team. Okay, that's all we're gonna keep track of. This is to learn migrations and models for now. Okay, so Rails G model game home string, that looks good. And we're going to create a appearance table or appearance model, appearance, and that will keep track of the player and the game. So it's going to have a player references and a game references. Now I'm going to migrate that, rate to be migrate. So we can see that the appearance model, it belongs to a player and belongs to a game. And here in the player model, we're going to have to write that this player has many appearances, and this player will also have many games through the appearances. So let's write that. So the player has many appearances, appearances, and it has many appearances through, or has many games, sorry, games through appearances. So that's the middle table. To get to all the games that this player has played, we have to go through the middle table, right? That's how we're going to keep track of, is a many to many. Now, similar in the game model, has many players, or has many appearances, sorry, appearances, has many players through appearances, right? Okay, so let's go to our Rails console. Let me erase some of this. Let's do player.all, herb.enable, player.all. We have that. Game.all is empty. Game.new, home and away, and we have appearance.new. We have the player ID and the game ID. So let's create a couple games. I'm gonna say, let's do team.all first. Okay, I'm gonna say that the Lakers will play the Clippers and the Lakers will play the Celtics at home, and then the Celtics will play the Lakers when the Celtics will be at home. All right, so first I'm gonna say game dot create home will be the LA Lakers, away will be the Boston Celtics. I know we could have put the home and away as a reference to the team, right? We could have done that, but this demo is more for the many to many, right? It's not about the game having a reference to the teams. It's about the game and the players having a relationship between each other and keeping track of the relationship through the appearance table. Now there will just be strings, okay? So we have that, and I'm gonna say the Lakers will also play the Clippers. All right, and I'm gonna say that the Celtics played the Lakers, but then it was in Boston. Okay, now we have 3 games, game.all. So every time a player plays, right, every time we have a player appear in a game, we have to say this player appeared in a certain game. So in the appearance table, again, is empty now. Appearance.new. I'm gonna say that the first 2 players play in the first game. So appearance.create player ID. The first player play in the first game, and also the second player play in the first game. And let's have the third player play in the second game, and the fourth player play in the fourth game, or in the third game, I mean. So player number 3 play in game number 2, and player number 4 playing game number 3. So appearance.all. Nice. So remember, so these are instance methods. So we're seeing here a game has many appearances and it has many players through the appearances. So we could see what players played in each game. So game.first.players, we get Martin and Christopher, because what's happening is that it's going through this table appearance and checking the game ID that we have, right? Game.first, that ID is 1, right? that ID is 1, right? So in the appearance table, it's checking all the players that have a game ID of 1, right? And then it retrieves those things for us. You can see the query here, game ID of 1. So now we know all the players that played in the first game. And now, reversely, we could say, hey, I want to know all the games that the first player has played. So let's say that the first player also played in the third game. Okay, so let's create a new appearance. And let's say player ID 1 also played in game 3, right? Players could play multiple games. Now, if I go to player.first, right, the first instance of the player, and check the games that this person played, we see that he played in the home game for the Lakers and the away game for the Lakers, right? And that makes sense. A player could play multiple games. So this middle table is very important because it keeps track of all the appearances. That's why we named the appearance. It keeps track of who played where and when. And by setting up our model with these two things, has many appearances and has many games through appearances, and then has many appearances and has many players through appearances, we are telling Rails to, when we call this method, go through this middle table, check the values that make sense for us in this instance, and return that for us. So that's how you create a many-to-many relationship through Active Record and in Rails. So I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you next time.
Now that we've learned all about the model, let's pay more attention to the view and the controller parts of the MVC framework. In this, we're going to not just tell you what the view and the controller are, but show you as we make a whole new app.
Exactly. The best way to learn is by actually coding. So in this application, we're going to create the models, the controllers, and the views and tie them all together to create an app. Here on the slide, we're going to create a CRUD application. CRUD means creating, reading, updating, and deleting, or destroying. And we're going to follow the RESTful convention, or RESTful routes. So we're going to tie the 7 unique actions, index, new, create, edit, update, and destroy, to their own unique HTTP verb to create our application. Rails will also give us awesome error messages. And every time we try to do something, it will tell us that we've done it wrong, so we need to fix it. So we're going to follow the errors and fix the code accordingly so that the errors disappear. Sort of like TDD, but by following the messages that Rails will tell us.
So in TDD, we write unit tests, and then we have those unit tests fail, and then we write the code to get them to pass. In this, we're going to show you the errors, and then we're going to write the code to make those errors go away.
Exactly. So next, I would like to show you how to display a list of players. In this demo, let's create a page that displays all the players. The URL for that page will be /players. The controller will be players, the action index, and it's going to be a GET request.
Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the course, we'll be creating an application, a whole new application. We've been working with this League application, but I want to start from scratch. And the reason why, we're going to be going over all the errors that you might see when you develop, and we're going to follow the errors to solve and build our app, right? So we just went over the RESTful routes and the CRUD action. So in each section, we'll be going over one CRUD action, and we'll be writing the views for it, and we'll be writing the controllers and the models. All right, so let's create a new application, Rails new, and I'm called this the association. Awesome. I'm going into it. I'm just going to drag it over here so you guys can see it. The association. So I'm going to open this in Sublime. All right, and we have this open here. And let's turn our Rails server. Okay, Rails server. Just gonna open a new one, and if we go to localhost 3000, right, we could see the app is working, right? So if when we go to, so there we go. So if you remember, the first route, right, that we should go is the slash players, right? That is the page that's gonna render all the players, right? So let's try to do that first, right? If you go to local slash players, we're gonna see that no route get players matches anything that we write, right? So we get this routing error, right? Slash players, we don't have anything matching to slash players. This error, this routing error, is often solved in the config route.rb file. If we go to back to our Sublime, back to our application, if we go to config routes, this is where you're gonna write all the routes that you need, right? So we have 7 RESTful routes. All 7 of them will be in here, right? So these are all comments. You could definitely read through it, but I'm gonna erase it, okay? And we're gonna say get. If you remember there, the get, that's the action, the HTTP verb, get slash players. Here you could omit the slash. Will route. So usually we want controllers to be plural, right? And we're gonna have actions in those controllers, right? So we're gonna say get slash players. We'll go to the players controller, the index method. Okay. Now let's refresh and let's see what error we get, right? We get uninitialized players controller. So this error is telling us that we don't have a players controller yet. Okay, so let's create a players controller. Let's go back to our terminal. And I'm going to create same as the model. We're going to type Rails generate controller and I'm going to call players. All right. So we create players. Now if we go to app controllers, we see the players controller file here. All right. So class players controller inherits from application controller. Okay. Now if we go to back to our browser, we're going to refresh now. Now we see that no index action index in the players controller, right? And that goes back to the routes. We're saying get players, the route get players is routed to the players controller, the index method. Okay. Now if we go back to the players controller and we write def index and just an empty method, an empty index method, and I refresh, we get another error, template missing. Okay, so template missing is the view. It's a view that is related to this action, right? So if we go to views, we have a players folder. So when we ran the generator in our terminal, it created this players folder, app views players, right? So that's where all the views associated to this controller will be saved in, right? So let's create a view called index.html.erb. Index.html.erb. All right. ERB is the templating engine that Rails uses. It allows us to write Ruby code in HTML. Okay, so I'm gonna have an H1 here, and this is the view file coming from the players controller index method. All right. Now I'm gonna go back to our browser. If I refresh, we will see that we have the view file rendering. So how does Rails know automatically that when we say the routes, how does it find the players controller here? And when we goes to the index method, how does it know to render the index HTML.erb inside the players folder? right? So Rails will find that through the file names. Notice in the controller file name, we have players underscore controller. So we'll find the players controller to that. And the view will automatically render a HTML file, html.erb file, that matches the name of your method. Okay, so that's how we find this. So if I change this to whatever, and I change my index.html.erb to whatever.html.erb, so you can see right here I'm changing the file. Okay, and I go back to my view, I refresh. Oh, now we get a writing error, right? So instead of that, I'm gonna say goes to whatever. Still works, right? So it's all about the file names. All right, so make sure that your file names are correct at all times. Okay, go back and see what could be going on. Okay, index, and let's change everything back to index, rename index.html.erb. All right, so let's write some code. Let's write some HTML. This page is supposed to be a page to display all players, right? So first I'm gonna have a h1 here that's gonna say there are four. I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna have a placeholder. There are a number of players in our league. Okay, league, and I'm gonna have a table. I'm gonna have a table head. I'm gonna have a row for this and a couple of things in here. I'm gonna have first name, last name for now. Okay, let's just have that for now, and then I'm gonna have a table body. And first, I'd just like to have the HTML first, right? I'm gonna have the first name to be Martin Pouyer, and then I'm gonna have another for TD. I'm gonna have Christopher Burns. I'm gonna have a TRTD, and I'm gonna have Eduardo Bake, right? And let's see how that looks like. Let's go back here, and we're in this table, right? There are a number of players in this league: Martin Pouyer, Christopher Burns, Eduardo Bake, right? So there are three players in the league right now. Okay, but this is all hard-coded, right? We're not interacting with the database right now. We're not interacting with our models. So how can we have this information instead of hard-coding it like this? How can we have it coming from our database, right? So if I have this index method, interesting that it used to be whatever, and I put index here. And how was it already automatically loading this page? Is that this route, if we have an index.html.erb file, this route will automatically load that page. But it's not going through a method before. Right? So let's do this again. Whatever, you notice that this route still works, but this works because we don't need anything from the model, but we will need an index method that will render that page if we want to pass information from our controller to the view. So remember that the controller controls things, is going to be talking to our model and the view. So in our index method, so let's write that, let's put index again, and I'm going to have something interesting here, and just bear with me for now. I'm going to do players.player.all, right? This is an instance variable, and this instance variable is going to get all the information from a player model, right? All the players that we have in the player model, right? So we should know what player.all will give us now. But if we refresh here, we're going to get initialize constant players controller player. We're trying to reach into a player model that doesn't exist. Okay, so let's create that player model. Rails G model player, first name string, last name string. Okay. Let's ready to be migrate that. And if we refresh now, we shouldn't get any errors because now there is a model called player in our database, right? So let's create a couple players in our console. Player.create, first name will be Eduardo, last name will be Bake, and let's have Pouyer, Martin, and let's have player.create, first name Chris, and last name Barnes. All right. Oops, something went wrong. I spelled create wrong. Okay, player.all. We have this array of players. So this command is what is getting saved in our add players, right? Add players, this variable is holding an array of objects, an array of players, right? So we could access this variable in the view. In here, what I'm gonna do is have some Ruby code. So we have ERB, right? This .erb extension allows us to write Ruby code in the view, right? And how do we start our ERB tag? Is by doing the $%. Remember the variable players, add players is available here. So add players, I'm going to use a enumerator .each do, and I'm going to say player, right? This block variable. And I want all of these rows to repeat. I'm going to leave the first one, but I'm going to erase this too because we don't need it anymore. And close the loop. But for each TD, I'm going to say, hey, give me the player.first name and the player.last name. Depending on how many players I have in this array, right, I'm going through each one and printing out the first name and the last name. So notice that in this tag, I don't have the equal sign. Here, I'm not trying to print anything. I'm just trying to put some Ruby code. When I put the equal sign, that means print out what's in here. It's like saying puts. So print the values of each player.first name and each player.last name. Let's go back to our view and refresh. Now we see that this is coming from the database, right? So if we add one more person in our database, first name, last name, Robertson. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page now, and we see that Lance Robertson, it's in our database, which in turn is getting put into the view to the controller, right? So let's go over what's happening again. So we have the routes, config routes, saying that the /players route goes to the players index method. Now the controller, right, controls things. We have this variable add players, which talks to the model and gathers all the players in an array. So, and we send that to the view, right? In the view, we have access to that instance variable, right? We're looping through that array and printing out each player. That's what we get. One last thing, we have 3 players, right? So how can we make that more dynamic, right? Instead of hard coding 3, we have the variable at players. We could say, hey, we have players.count, like that. Okay, now that should turn to 4. Okay, so this is the players index demo. I hope it was helpful, and I'll see you for the next one.
In this demo, we're going to create a page with a form to add a player to our database. The URL for that page will be /player/new. Controller again will be players. The action this time will be new, and is also a GET request.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to continue writing an application. The next action is players new. So from this page, how would you get to there, right? We need an anchor tag, a link tag that will link to that players new URL. Let's implement that. Let's go to our Sublime anchor tag /players/new, new player, and refresh. And if I click this, try to guess what error would I get. I'll give you a second or two, and here we go. If you guess no routing matches get players new, you are absolutely correct, right? I clicked on the anchor tag, it made a request to my server, right? And my server couldn't understand because I don't have anything telling it that we were supposed to listen to that route. So let's tell it to. Let's tell it to listen to that route. In the routes file, under the get request to players new, and that will go to players new method. Now if I refresh, no action, new. Okay, so I could go to the player controller, add the new method, and if I refresh, try to guess what error it is. It is the no template missing. Now I could create a new .html.erb file inside the players folder, and I'm gonna have an h1 here, create a new player. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh here, and we're gonna create a new player here, right? So see how the file will get loaded. So let's create a form. Okay, let's create a form. The action here will be /players. Okay, the method will be post, and we're gonna need a label for the first name, input type text, name is player, first name. We don't need a value. Same thing for the last name, player, last name. And I have the name attributes like this for a reason, and I'll explain this in the next video. But for now, just follow along with me. And the very last one is the input type. Input type submit. Name will be, we don't need a name in here. Let's just have create. Okay, let's see how it looks like. And we have our form. Very simple. No CSS styling, obviously, but we're trying to learn how Rails works right now. So this is for the players new, and I'll see you next time.
In this demo, we're going to create the action of submitting the form to add a new player to the database. This action's URL will be /players. It will go to the players controller, the create method, and this time the HTTP verb will be post.
Welcome back, everyone. Next, we're gonna do the players create action. So the action of submitting the form. So if we go back to our code, we have this form. It's gonna go to /players. I spelled that wrong. Players, method post. We have this label first name, the text, The name is player first name. Then we have the last name, player last name, submit, create. All right, so what's gonna happen when we submit the form? Okay, so hopefully you guys know by now that it's gonna be no route match players. Let me refresh this since I changed the HTML. All right, no route matches post players. Okay, so let's go back to our routes. We could write post players goes to players create. So notice that we have two routes essentially that are named the same. However, because of the HTTP verb, we're going to be able to go to different methods, even though the URL is the same. Okay, so I'm going to refresh now. No action create. Okay, let's go to our controller, and I'm going to write def create end, and then if I refresh, there'll be no invalid authenticity token. So this is a new error. Okay, invalid authenticity token. So this is for cross-site request forgery. So every time you post something, Rails will give you a token. Okay, not every time, but per session, Rails will give you a token that will be unique. Okay, and that is to make sure that the person posting this information is the current person in session. No one could just steal your session and post it as if it were you. So what can we do? We could add that authenticity token into our form. So let's go back to our code. Here I'm gonna have input type is hidden. We don't want it to show. The name field is authenticity token, and the value is Ruby tag form underscore authenticity token. Okay, let's go back here, refresh, and try to create again. We get the template missing error that we're used to, right? Not the crazy error that we just saw. So let me just show you guys. If I go to inspect element and I open this form, we have the authenticity token. So this is getting passed into our controller, into our backend. So let's fill out some information here. I'm gonna try to create a new player. I'm gonna say coding dojo. And how can I see the information inside of the form? How can I see the post information? So one way that you could do this is by writing fail. When this request comes to the backend, to the controller, Rails is going to stop executing and it's going to show you a page with the fail message. So let's try it. Fail, it tells us that it failed, but we see that the parameters it's a hash, it's a Ruby hash, right? There's the key authenticity token, and there's the value here of the authenticity token, and there's a key player, which is also a hash. So how will we create a new player? We've been creating new players essentially this whole time, right, in our console. But how do we do it in the context of a web application? We should think about it. If we have validations, how can we show the user that they messed up, that they need to fill the validations correctly? First, let's go to our player model and let's quickly add validations. Validates first name, last name, and a simple validation, and the presence to be true. Okay, so all of it needs to be true. Let me change the syntax real quick. Okay, the first name and the last name, their presence must be true. Alright, so I'm gonna say something like this. I'm gonna say player equals to player.new, and we will have to do player dot first name equals to, so the params is a hash, right? So you see there's a hash, so we could go into this hash, go to the player key, and go to the first name key to get the coding value. Params player first name right? First name, player dot last name, same thing, equals to params player last name. All right. If the player is saved, if save is going to return a boolean, true or false, was I able to save or not. I want to redirect to this route, /players. Okay. Else, I want to redirect to /player/new. But I also want to add some error messages, some flash error messages. So one way they could do this is access the flash hash. Inside we're going to say errors, and all I'm going to do is say player.errors.full_messages, right? Remember this? We tried this when we're going over validations, right? So I'm going to save all the error messages in this errors key in the flash. Let's see if that works, first of all. So I'm going to go back here. If I'm going to click create, and I should be redirected to this page, right? And that's what it seems like. If I go to code, and if I add a new person, coding dojo, oops, I apologize, it's redirect to. Okay, let's retry. Let's just go to /players and see how coding dojo has been added. So let's do it one more time. Let's add another person. Let's add Calvin Lou. These are all my coworkers. Create, and there we go. Right? So we have all of this working. See how the numbers getting dynamic. So what if something goes wrong? How can I show the flash error messages? Here in our new.html, I'm gonna have some Ruby logic. If flash errors exist, remember in Ruby, nil and false are only the falsy values, right? If it exists, then I'm gonna loop through it. Flash errors.each do e, and I'm gonna show in a p tag each error. We want to do this if statement because in the first load, see that? Like, it shouldn't show anything, right? I'm reloading every time. So I'm making the request again. It shouldn't show anything, and that works because I have this if statement. If we didn't have this if statement and we just had this part right here, it would try to access this flash errors, but it doesn't exist, right? We didn't set it to anything. See, there's no each method for something that doesn't exist, for something that is nil. Right, so we had to make sure that flash errors exist first to be able to loop through it. So let's go back here, let's refresh, and there we go. Right, so if I click create and the validation doesn't show, and the validations show, right, the validations run, and then it shows the message here. Okay, so that's how you create a player. But notice that I create a new player object and I'm adding and I'm changing its attributes like this, right? So what if the player object has multiple attributes, has multiple columns? What if it's not just first name and last name, it's many things? You could imagine that this is not very good. You wouldn't want this to be, for example, 6 lines of code. That will look very, very messy. And oftentimes, one method is creating multiple things. This is not sustainable at all. Rails allows mass assignment and also allows whitelisting parameters or strong parameters. So there's a reason why in the new page, right, we set the name attributes of the input fields to be in this format. Because now, in the controller, I could create a private method, And this private method will be called player params. Okay, and this method would whitelist the parameters that I want to be added to my database. Params, so this is a little bit long, but just bear with me and type along with me. Params dot require the player hash. Okay, remember there's a player hash with the first name key and the last name key. Only permit the first name and the last name. Don't allow anything else coming from the user. Okay, make sure that we're only permitting the first name and the last name, or whatever else you're trying to add into the database. Okay, now we will do mass assignment, meaning I could just pass that whole method. This will return a hash with those values, right, into here. And I don't have to manually change each attribute. Okay, so let's see if it works. First name, let's call it Kevin Kim. Okay, create, and there we go. Okay, if I try to create a new player without validations, it doesn't work. All right, so this is the player's create, and I'll see you next time.
After creating a player, we should be able to see a player's profile page. So in this demo, we're going to create a page that will display all the information of a specific player. The URL for that will be /players/ whatever ID the player is saved in the database. The controller will be players, and the action will be show. Again, the HTTP verb will be get.
Welcome back, everyone. In this demo is the player show demo, so we need to create a page to display all the information of the player. Let's go back to our code. In our app views players index.html, I'm going to add another TD here, another header, and this is going to be called actions. So all the actions that we could act on to see player information. And in here, I'm going to create another TD, and this TD needs to be a link. And the link will be show of this player. If I refresh, I'll just put a pound for now. If I refresh my web page, the point of this is to, when I click the show, it will go to this player's show page. So let's go to our console. Let's go to Rails C. And herb.enable. Or maybe I didn't add herb here. So it's fine. Let's do player.all. Okay, that gives us an array of objects, and each object has their own ID. So that's what we're doing here. Add players comes from the controller. We send it to the view, and all we're doing in the view is looping through the information. The player here symbolizes each player. So here I have that as well. The URL is players/player.id. Now if I go back to my URL, we inspect element, body, the table, the body. If you look at each row, players 1. If you look at the next one, it should be players 2. Next one, players 3, and their own unique ID. That's good. Now we could get the information dynamically. So let's go and click on a action. So let's go to Coding Dojo, click show. We get players 5. So we're familiar with that information, right? We know what to do. Go to config, routes, get players, and here we're going to have a placeholder. The placeholder starts with a colon and the name of the placeholder. Here I'll call this placeholder ID because that's what it is. It's just a unique number in their database, and that will go to players show method. Okay, now if I refresh this, no action show in the player's controller. So we'll add a left show and here, and I'm gonna write fail. Okay, so refresh here, fail. This is gonna fail right there and show us that the ID is coming into the params hash. So if I go to my routes and change this placeholder name to placeholder name, and I refresh the web page, we're gonna see that that name gets changed, right? So this is just the name of the placeholder, and we name it ID because that's exactly what it is. So if I take out the fail now, I want you to guess that this is the error. We should get used to the errors that we're gonna see when we're developing now. How do we create a template for this page? Go to the show, go to the players folder, new file, show.html.erb, show, save that, and gonna go to h1. This is the show page for this particular user. Awesome, awesome. So we are able to go from this page to the show page, but now notice that this is just hard-coded information. We need to be able to send particular information to the template. So that information needs to come from the controller. So let's go back to our code in our controller, and in the player's controller, in the show method, remember, this is how you send information to the view. So here I'm going to say add player equals to, and here's where we could do a query. We could find the player by their ID. So params ID. And now that will be available in the view. For example, I could say this is the profile page, H1. This is the profile page for player.firstname. Okay, so let's refresh now. Go back to the show method. Now it's working. Okay, there we go. So it's becoming more dynamic. All right, so let's add a little more HTML into this page. So let's write table t-head, and I'm gonna have a tr first name, last name, and then a t-body, td, and then here all we're going to display is the player.firstname, and another one for the last name. Okay, and we'll add more things later, but for now let's just keep it simple. And I'm going to create a link to go to the home page. Let's go to the home page, and you know that that link is /players for now. Okay, so let's refresh, go to the show, that's what we have, go back to the home page, and our website is becoming a little more dynamic, and we are able to connect the pages now, knowing which URLs we need. All right, so this is the show page, and I'll see you next time.
In this demo, we're going to create a form to edit a specific player. The URL will be /player/ whatever ID of the specific player in the database, /edit. The controller will be players, the action will be edit, and the HTTP request will be get.
Welcome back, everyone. So next, we're gonna create the edit page. So first, we need to create an action for it. Let's go back to our code in our index.html.erb. I'm gonna have a pipe here, and very similar. The URL now will be player/the player ID edit. And we're going to say edit. Let's write show profile and edit profile. Let's save this. Let's see how it looks like. Now if I click on it, obviously we get a routing error, players1/edit. That's the error, right? So let's go back to our code. Let's go to routes. Now get players/id/edit goes to players edit. If we refresh, no action edit could be found. So we go to the controller, we create an action, def edit, and we refresh, template missing. So we go to views, players folder, new file, edit.html.erb. H1, this is the edit page. Let's refresh now, and there we go. Add a profile for this player, so on and so forth. So notice how the URL is changing. Awesome. So since we have this guy right here, this placeholder ID, we will also have that available in our edit method or edit action. So let me fill it, and if you look at here, we have the ID 1. For Kevin Kim, we have the ID 7. Awesome. So now I could say add player equals to player.find params ID, very similar to the show, and send that player, and we're sending the player to the edit page. So here is, we could say edit player the first name information, and there we go. Edit Chris's information, edit Coding Dojo Coding's information, okay, edit Eduardo's information. So I have that. Now we could create a form to edit the page. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go to the new, and it's gonna be very similar to this. Edit and players post, and I'm gonna add one more thing here. Input type hidden, name is _method, next is patch. So I'll explain what this does in the next video when we actually create the update action. But for now, all we want to care about is having the information in the view. This is what the edit action does. All it does is display the view with the form to update the player. And we can also maybe put a value here and have the player the first name, and maybe have the form pre-filled already. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's refresh, and there we go. So everything looks okay. Let me create a new link here. Let's same thing to this. Add a new. Just gonna go to. It's gonna go to /players, and let's say go back. There we go. So not the prettiest website right now, but it's getting there. There's a lot of functionality. Next, we'll talk about how to actually update the information.
In this demo, we're going to create the action of submitting the form to edit a player. The URL of the action will be /player/id. The controller again will be players. The action will be update, and the HTTP verb will be patch.
Welcome back, everyone. So let's update a profile. We're here, and I want to change this first name, let's say, to Edu. Okay. Remember, last time I had to add this input type hidden, and that's it. It's the same exact form from before, but it only has this underscore method and patch. So originally, HTML only allows post and get requests. We cannot say a patch request or a delete request, for example, or a put request. So what happens is when this underscore method comes into our server, the middleware of Rails will override the post method to a patch. I won't get into too much details what it's actually doing, but you could think of just overriding the patch. So whenever it says underscore method name input, it's going to override it to whatever value it is. So originally it comes as a post request, but it gets overwritten in our backend, in our server side. Okay. So now if I go back here and I try to update, I'll get no route matches patch players. Notice that it's not post, it's patch because it's been overwritten. So let's go back to our code. We know how to fix that problem. Patch players/id goes to players update. So let's refresh now. Oops. How come that didn't work? Let's try it again. Oh, of course. The route is wrong, right? Because we need to know which page or which player we're editing. So here is going to be appplayer.id. We have that available from the controller. The controller gave that information to us. So let's go back here. Update, no action update. Routes here, no action update. So let's write the action. Okay, and here, if we write edu update, we get a template missing. But we actually don't want to have this template missing. In this function, we want to redirect. So we want to edit the player. So let's do player equals to player.find params ID, because we have that available. If player.update, we're going to redirect to /players. Else, we're going to do the same exact thing here. Redirect to the page that we were before. But instead of going here, we're going to do player/player.id/edit. And the same flash errors that we have here, we're going to show in here. Okay, so let's go back now. If I try to update Eduardo's information without any fields, should do, obviously. So let's look at the raw number of arguments given 0, expected 1, because the update is expecting us to give us the actual information that we're going to update with. So that is params, player params. So again, we're calling this private method that's going to give all the information for mass assignment. Right? Let's try it again. Let's see if first it works. Let's update, and then Eduardo's been updated to edu. But now if I try to put something blank, okay, first name can be blank, last name can be blank. Okay, so this is the update method. So let's try to go to edu. Let's change it back to Eduardo and update. Awesome. So it seems like everything is working. Again, let's go over this method. First, we find the player through the params ID. The params ID is coming from this guy right here. The ID is coming through there. The routes, we set the placeholder we call ID. Now update is going to return true or false, just like the save, because it does run the save. So here, I'm going to update the information of the player with all the params that were given to me. If I'm successfully updating, I'm redirecting the user to the /players route, which in turn will come into this method. Else, I'm saving some flash errors, right? And then redirecting to the edit page to show those flash errors. So that's the update, guys.
In this demo, we're going to create an action to delete a player. The URL is player / whatever ID of that player. Controller will be players. Action will be destroy. The HTTP verb will be delete.
Welcome back, everyone. So let's do the final CRUD operation, which is to delete a user or delete a player. So let's go back to our page and let's add another anchor tag here. So let's go to our code. Anchor tag. The route will be /players /player.id. And I'm gonna say delete profile, and I'm gonna add a couple of custom data attributes that Rails will understand. So first, I'm gonna add the data method equals to delete. So that will tell Rails that this type of request is no longer a GET request, it's actually a delete request. And then I'm gonna say data confirm. Are you sure? And all this is doing is gonna have a pop-up for us that's gonna ask the user if they're sure that they want to delete the player. If I refresh and click on one of these, we should see this. If we cancel, the request doesn't keep going, right? If we do actually press OK, then we see that delete player's ID, no route matches that. So let's go back to our routes. Then we'll have delete players ID. We'll go to players destroy method. Okay. And now if we go back here, refresh. Actually, we don't have to refresh, but we go to action destroy. We don't have an action destroy now, but we'll put that in def destroy. And all we have to do here is write some logic. So we could find the player equals to player.find params ID, and then we could do player.destroy, deleting that player, and then we could redirect back to /players. So let's go back here. Let's delete Chris. Ask me, are you sure? I press OK and see that Chris was deleted. Let's delete a couple more. Okay, so let's actually delete all of it. All right. And let's see what happens. Awesome. So all the players are destroyed, but notice that we have 0 players instead of 0 player. And we have also a lot of code that's been duplicated, and it's not correct. It's not totally right, and it's not really the Rails way to do things. This CRUD application that we just built is to show you how Rails works, but now the next demo will be about helpers and functionality that Rails gives you to make your code a lot cleaner, and all about not repeating yourselves, all about being dry. Okay, so I'm very excited for the next demo, and I'll see you then.
Now that we built the whole application, we're going to refactor our code a little bit. First, we're going to use Vue helpers that allows Rails programmers to keep the templates as clean as possible. Also, we're going to use partials so that we avoid some duplication. If you notice, the new form and the edit form they look awfully alike. So we're going to use a partial and import that partial in those 2 pages so that we avoid duplication. This way, we're organizing our files in the correct manner and keeping our code as clean as possible.
Welcome back, everyone. In this demo, we're going to talk about routes, some Vue helpers, and also partials. Let's start with routes. So if you notice right now, we're at localhost 3000, and this is the page that we get, the welcome Rails page. However, we want that if we go to the routes, if we go to the root route, we want it to display this page. So let's change that. If you look at step 2 here, we can set up a root route. So let's go to our code here in Sublime. I already have everything open. This is our server. If we go to config routes, these are all of our routes, right? We could do root players index. Now what this does is telling Rails whenever someone goes to the root of our application, load the players index action, which in turn will load the /players view page. So now if we go here and we refresh, there we go. We have localhost 3000, and that's the root page. So how can we see our routes? We could see our routes through here, but we could also see our routes by going to localhost 3000 /rails/info/routes. That will give us a list of the routes. And we could also go to our console, our terminal, and type in rake routes. And that will give us all the routes that we have available. These prefixes here are shortcuts that we could use throughout our application to make our code a lot cleaner. Okay, for example, let me have this side by side, and I go to Rails console. When you turn on the Rails console, you have this object called app, and then you could write app.root path. Okay, so our application, what is the root path? All right, I press enter, it gives us just a slash. Okay, if I write app.players path, you can see that it gives us /player. Okay, whatever URL the app is related to. If we do app.players_URL, it will give us the whole thing. Okay, /www.xampp.com/players, right? Same thing we could do with app.players_new_path, and it will give us players new. So with that in mind, we could write our views so that it looks a lot cleaner and with some view helpers. Okay, and one view helper that we'll talk about right now is the link to. All right, so if we go to the, let's go here in our views, app views, index.html, and we could change this so that we could have a view helper to display this. Right now we have this button, new player, just link. Let's change this to, so I'm going to take this out, refresh, it's up here. Let's change that to the link to view helper, link to, and this is a method that will generate exactly what we have here. So the first argument is what's going to display. I'm going to call it new player. And the second argument is the path. Okay, and we already know that new player, player/new, is players_new_path. Okay, here I could type that in, players_new_path. Right, and close this. Now I'm going to refresh. And that is, let's go to inspect element. And that is players/new. Awesome. So let's do that for a lot of our pages. Okay, so if I go to /player/ID, the show page, first let's create a new player. So I'm going to create a new player, Eduardo Bake, create a player. Awesome. If I go to the show page, I should go to his profile page. Awesome. So let's create a shortcut for this page. If you look at our routes, our show, our guest show doesn't have a shortcut related to it, right? However, Rails allows us to create our own shortcuts. Okay. So let's go back here, routes. I'm going to say player, this one, as player. Right? So here we're saying the show action will create a shortcut called player_path that will pass the ID into it. So if I refresh this page, we're going to see that this shortcut was created. Now this shortcut will expect a ID. Okay, let me reload. And if I do app.player_path, you see that no route matches that method. However, if we call app.player_path and pass an ID, it will give us the player/5, right? Or player/4, okay? Or player/1. With that in mind, we could also change the URLs here, right? So instead of having this a tag, we could just have a link to show page and player_path player.id. Now, if we go back here, refresh, same thing, still working. Now let's go back to the edit. So if we go to our routes, you'll notice the edit doesn't have a shortcut as well. So let's create a shortcut for that. Okay, we'll go to config routes, edit, and I'll call this as player_edit. All right, refresh here, player_edit path. Okay, if I go to my index.html, instead of having this, I'm gonna have a link to edit profile, show profile. Let's call this profile. Player_edit and pass the player ID. Okay, and that will be the same thing as this. Perfect. Now I go back here. I forgot the path, so let's go back. I forgot to put the path in here. Okay, and then now refresh. There we go. So it seems like it's working now. I'm going to the right page, right? So we could go back here. Awesome. Now for the delete, we could do the same exact thing. Notice that the delete, the route will be the same as the show, right? But instead of a get, it's going to be a delete, right? So we could do the same thing, but in our index.html, we could do a link to delete profile, player_path player.id. But in here, we could pass a third argument. In this third argument, we're going to pass the data. Okay, we're going to pass the data method delete and the data confirm, are you sure? So we're going to say data, it's a hash, and it's going to have method delete and a confirm, are you sure? And now we're going to close this out and let's see how it looks like. Refresh. All right, I spelled delete wrong. Delete profile. Ooh, let's refresh this. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, and it works, right? So let's create another player, Christopher Burns. Let's create a new player, Lance Robertson. Create, delete profile, are you sure? And there we go. So now that we know this shortcut, we could also use them in the controllers. But first, let's change everything that we need in the views. So index looks good. Let's go to the new. Okay, the new looks fine for now. Let's go to the show. Here we have a link to the show page or to the home page. Let's change that. So link to, let's say, home page. Now here we could say root path, because we do have a root path. That only works because we told the root here. Root path. Let's take this out. And now let's see if that works. If we go to show, home page, and then it works. Awesome. Now the edit, same thing here. Let's say link to home page, root path, close this out. I go to edit profile, that link still works. Awesome. Now let's look at the controller to see what we could change there. If I go to my controller, let's close all these things out. Oops. Sorry. So if I go to app, controllers, players controller, here we have redirect to players. We have to redirect to player/new. Here we have all these URLs that we could change. So let's change them to match what we have in the views. So when we create a player, right, we have error messages. We have error messages here. So what we could use is this little nifty shortcut called back. So whenever something goes wrong and you want to redirect to the last page that you were in, you could just say, hey, if something goes wrong, redirect to back. Okay, very clean. So I'm going to refresh this. We don't really have to refresh because that's on the server side, but just in case, that works. If we save a player correctly, we want to redirect to root. Okay, and that works because again, we have the root path set up. And here we're using a symbol, right? We could also use root_path. That will work as well, but symbol should work as well. Symbol works as well. So let's create a new player here. Eduardo Bake, create, and there we go. Here we have the same thing in the update. So I'll write this down here. And here, where do we want to redirect to? So instead of that, we want to redirect to, what do we call it? Config routes. We called it the player edit. Player_edit_path, and pass the player.id to it. Or actually, we just want to go back. We don't even have to, because this will be a form validation, right? So if we go to edit, I won't pass Christopher. Redirect to back. Awesome. So here we're going to redirect to root. So now we changed everything so that we're never typing the actual URL as a string. We're using the helpers that Rails gives us to write that down. Okay. Next, let's talk about some other helpers. Here in our views again, players, we have index.html. But I'll go to the home page and I want you guys to look at the title. Okay. Here we have deassociation in all the pages. If I go to show, we have the title still doesn't change. Okay. If I go to edit, the title still doesn't change. If I go to delete, doesn't work. New player, the title doesn't change. So how can we make this more dynamic? Okay. To understand how to make this more dynamic, first we have to understand how these views are getting rendered. So if I go to view page source, you notice that we have the whole HTML document here. Okay, we have the HTML tags, the head tag, the title tags, the script tags, meta tags, and then the actual body tags, right? But where is this coming from? If you look at our view pages, we don't have any head, we don't have no HTML, right? We don't have anything besides what the content of the body actually is. So what's actually happening is in this layouts folder, we have this application.html.erb file. And by default, all controllers, if you don't specify a specific layout, all controllers will be rendered through this page. More specifically, the body will change through this yield. All the pages that you write here are essentially partials that get served up through this yield in the application.html.erb. Okay, now we could yield specific things. For example, I want to yield here, okay, a title. Now in each page, I could write a specific title. Okay, so let's see what happens. By default, it's localhost 3000. But in here, I want to say, hey, I want this page to be something different. Content for the title, and I want to call this players. Okay. Now what's gonna happen when this page gets served up? Content 4 will look for any yield tags that have this key of title. So for example here, and we'll change that accordingly. Okay, so let's refresh here and look at the title, players. Now in the show profile, we could change this as well, right? We don't want to be local /3000/player/9. We want to say Christopher's profile, for example. Now if you go to the show page, we could do the same thing. Content 4. And we want to say for the title, and we're going to call this add player.first name profile. Because in here we have the add player object. Now let's refresh. And Christopher's profile. Let's go to someone else's profile. Let's go to my profile. And we have Eduardo's profile. So let's do the same thing with edit. Edit. Here we'll change it to content 4 title. Edit player.first name. Okay. Now if you go to Christopher, edit Christopher, go back, edit Eduardo. Awesome. Next, let's change it to new player. So here I'm going to call something very similar. The new, it'll be called content 4 title create player. Oops, we don't need that. Refresh. Now I could create a player. This is awesome. This is awesome. Now we have dynamic titles, and we're also using link helpers, right? But those are not the only helpers. There are actually other helpers like text helpers. So if you look at our code, let's go to our index.html. And here, I want this to be a little more dynamic. And let's change how this is worded. Let's say listing, and we'll say app. Let's do this. Listing, app players dot count players. Or players dot length. And we go back here. Actually, let's go to the home page. There's something wrong. Oops, right here. That looks okay when it's 2 players, right? But what about 1 player? Let's delete Christopher. See how players still pluralize, even though we only have 1. Okay, so what we could use is methods or view helpers that Rails already gives us to make this a little better. So here we could have pluralize helper Rails. Here, look at this. It's a method that receives an argument, 2 arguments, the number and person. Or for example, in this case, it will be person, right? You can also say what it should be when it's plural. Okay, so let's use that to our advantage. Here I'll have listing pluralize players.length, and I'm gonna have player, right? We always pass the singular form. So let's see how it looks here. Now we refresh. Listing 1 player. Delete. Listing 0 players. Create a new one. Again, I'll create myself again. Create. Listing 1 player. Let's create a new person. Let's say Christopher Burns. Create. And now we create. Now this is dynamically changed. So much better than writing some logic here. like a if statement or something like that to check the length and then displaying a different text according to that. We could use helper methods that would automatically do that for us. Next, let's talk about partials. A great way to use partials is with forms. Now, if you look at our new and the edit, let me make this side by side for you guys. View, layout, columns. Okay. Let's look at our forms. They're very similar. The flash areas are very similar. The form action is very similar. The only things that are changing is the URL and the underscore method. Okay. And what we could do is have a form helper that would be a partial that we could include here. Since they're very similar, Rails will actually figure out which page we're trying to send this form to, which page this form should be. Okay, so first let's write the form helper in here and then transfer everything to a partial. Okay, so how to create a form helper is through the form helper method. So it's called form for, and in here we're going to pass an instance variable. Okay, that's going to come from the controller. Remember, this is a new page, so in the controllers we have nothing here. We have no variable that we're passing to the new method. Now we're going to just pass a empty object, player.new. Okay, and this is very important, and I'll tell you why later. Okay, but we're just saying add player equals to player.new, just a new empty player. Okay, and we're going to say form for that player do f. Okay, and what do we need? We need, let's have a p tag in here, and we're gonna need a label. So f.label, and we need it for the first name. Okay, and let's add a br tag, and then we need a f.text field. Okay, text field, last name. Well, not last name, first name. Okay, and then we need the same thing for the last name. I'll just copy and paste that. Label, last name, and then we need a f.submit, and close that. Now if you go to our page, for the new page, for the new player, we're going to have two forms, very similar. Okay, if you don't want this break tag, we could take this out to make it look the same. Very similar to what we had before. Let's close this. Let me comment this out, and let's look at the inspect element now. Okay, let's refresh. Inspect element. You notice that this form helper has added the authenticity token for us. It already knows that we're creating a new player because what we're doing, we're passing that empty new player object, right? So it knows that the action should be /players, and by default it's going to be a post request. Now we could use the same logic for the edit player. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to copy and paste this into here. Okay. But remember, now what we're passing, what's the add player object that we're passing here? We're playing an actual player that we found through the ID. So let's go back to our page. Let's go to the edit profile and look at that. Inspect element. It already knows, this form helper already knows that we're trying to edit a player, because what we're doing, we're passing a player that is not just a new object, it's a player that actually exists in a database. So we could comment this out. Okay, refresh. Awesome. Now since these forms are pretty much the same, we could use partials. Okay, we could use partials to render this forms for us so that instead of changing code in multiple places, we only need to change it in one place. So let's create a partial. So partial starts with an underscore. So underscore form.html.erb. Okay, so let's save that. And let's copy the form here into here. Okay. And let's take all this commented out code here. Let's take all this commented out code here. And all we have to do is render the partial here, right? Wherever this code is. Okay? So let's do that. Let's go back to the player/new. Okay. I'm going to take this out. Oops. You notice that we don't have anything anymore. And I'm going to say render partial. Well, let's do that. Partial players/form. Okay. Now when we say render the partial, we don't have to say the underscore. We could just say the folder that's in, it's inside of players, and it's the form file. Now if I refresh, the form is there. Now we could do the same thing here, right? Instead of having this, we could say render partial players/form. Okay. Now if we go to the root of our application and go to edit, now we have this edit form. Also, we still have some repeating code. We still have this flash error messages. All we could do, we could still just put it there in our partial, right? We could just move it here on top, and we could just take it out here, right? So it's still working the same, but look how much code we have in each page now, right? Everything that's related to the form, including the error messages, are in this partial file. Okay, so let's see if this works. There we go. That still works. Let's go to the create. Yep, that's fine. And let's create a new player. Let's say Lance Robertson. Create player. And look at that. Cleaner code, but same functionality. Now, if I need to add something to the form, let's say I add another attribute, another column to my database for the player, then I could just change that, create a migration, and then just change whatever form here, or just add another label and another field, whatever field you want here. So this is how to use partials. This is how to use some of the view helpers that Rails gives us, and also how to integrate routes into your application. So I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you next time.
At this point, you have a fully functional app, which is great. In this unit, we're going to do the exact same thing over again. So this unit is technically optional, but this time we're going to do it with something called Capybara, a testing framework that's going to make test-driven development really easy for you to do in Ruby on Rails.
Yes, so in the last module, we created a whole app following errors. This time, we're going to create the same app, but following testing. So we're going to be writing our tests first, failing them, and then refactoring our code and writing the code to pass those tests. So Capybara is a tool that interacts with our website the way that a human or a user would. So things like visiting a specific URL, or clicking a link, or even submitting a form, Capybara will allow us to test to see what will happen and write the test accordingly.
So we essentially decide the user scenarios we want to test, and then we program into the computer, do this, do that, just like a user would.
Yes, and it will also give us error messages. So similar to the error message that we got through the web app, we're also going to get it from Capybara, and they'll be familiar because we already done that in our web app before.
Cool.
So in the next demo, I'll show you how to set up an application with Capybara and RSpec.
Sounds good.
Hello everyone. In this demo, we're going to build the whole application that we just built by using TDD. So again, if you are not interested in test-driven development, go ahead and skip this video. But for those that are interested, I'll show you how to use the Capybara gem to write tests for your features. All right, so first things first, let's create a new project. Let me open my terminal, and I'm going to create a new project called TDD. All right, so let's just wait until the bundler installs everything and the generator creates our new project. All right, now that everything is installed, let's go to TDD. Let me open this up, and we're gonna need to install a couple gems here. One is the RSpec Rails gem, and one is the Capybara gem. Right, so let's go to the gem file, and I'm gonna group them. So I'm gonna group the RSpec Rails gem in the Rails and development test, because that's when we want to use this gem. And I'm gonna group the Capybara gem in only development, because we don't need to use it anywhere else. So now let's run bundle install. Awesome, and let's see what Rails G gives us. So you can see we have this RSpec install. This is what we're gonna use to install RSpec into our application and configure it, okay? Rails G RSpec install. And that will create a couple things for us. You create a spec folder, you create a spec helper and a Rails helper. So these two files are for configuration. It's going to tell the application to run on a test environment and things like that. So here, as you can see, we have those two files, okay? And when we use Capybara, we are testing for features, okay? For example, if we go to the root page, we're testing the feature to list all the players. Right, so that's what we're gonna do. In the spec folder, let's create a new folder called features. New folder feature. Oh, there we go. Features. In this new folder, we're gonna create a new file. This file is gonna be called listing players spec.rb. Okay, let's save it. And let's write some tests. Okay, so first line we need to do is require Rails helper. We're just requiring this helper file. And now what we're going to do, we're going to write rspec.describe list players. Okay, and Ruby block do an end. And in this page, we're going to say it displays the first name and last name from the players saved. Okay. Same thing, Ruby block, it do an end. And now we're going to create a couple players. We know how to do that. Player 1 equals to player dot create name first name Eduardo, last name Bake, then copying this person will be Burns, Christopher. All right, and we're gonna say, hey Capybara, visit this page and expect the following text. So Capybara is like the user. Capybara is for UI testing, so we're gonna say visit, which is a method that Capybara gives you, and visit the root page, okay? And then we're gonna say, all right, after you visit, I expect the page, this is just the current page that we're on, to have the text Eduardo. All right, and I expect to have the text Bake, and I expect to have text Christopher, and I expect to have text Burns. Another thing that we expect is to have a link, right? A link to be able to create a new player. Expect page to have link new player. Now that we wrote the test, we could see if it fails or not. So let's go back here. I'm gonna say rspec spec, the folder, features folder, listing players file. Let's run that and let's see what we get. Cool. Now we get list players displays the first name and last name from the players saved. Initialize constant player. We know where they're coming from. We don't have a model called player, right? That's why it's failing right here. So let's fix that. We know how to create a player. Rails G model player. And we're gonna have first name string, last name string, and I'm gonna put a flag here. No test framework. Okay, since we're creating our own testing, all it's gonna do is not gonna create the testing file. Okay, see how it only creates the migration and the model file. Now I'm gonna run rake db migrate. Okay, and let's try to run the test again. Okay, now we get this failure to visit. Visit slash no route matches slash. Good. That means that our tests are working, right? So we need to say we know how to fix that. So let's go to the routes, config routes, and we're gonna let me take all of these comments out. And I'm gonna say get slash goes to players index. Let's see what happens next. And we get routing error, initialize constant players controller. Awesome. So let's generate a controller. Rails G controller players and let's attach the flag. No test framework. Cool. Now let's go to app controllers, application controller, players controller. Let's write def index method and let's run the test again. Let's see. Missing template, right? So very similar to the error method that we're doing before, but now we're getting the messages in our terminal. But we know what they are. We need to go to the views, players, and create a new file, index.html.arb. And let's just make this hard coded. Let's say h1 listing players, and I know that my test is going to need to have a p tag, Eduardo, Bake, and Christopher Burns. All right, let's see what happens here. We forgot to put the link, so now we're gonna have a link to new player, and it's gonna go to /players/new. Let's see what happens now. And there we go. Everything passes. Obviously, that's not how we want our app to look like. We want to be a little better. So let's refactor our Rails code. The point of testing is to write our features first, write the minimum code to make our test pass, and then we want to write some code to make our test pass, but also our code better. We don't want to hard code these guys, right? We want this information to come from the database, right? So let's go to the players controller, and we're gonna say app players equals to player.all. Here we're gonna have our HTML, and we're gonna loop through the players. So I'll just copy and paste the code that we have before. Okay, so let's take this out for now. Okay, so we're just having listing players. I'm gonna put the pluralize method here. The length player Okay. Let's see what happens. And it still passes. I would just like to mention something real quick. Right now, when we're creating these players in the database, we're not using the development database, we're actually using the testing database, because we don't want those things to conflict, right? We don't want things that we do in the testing environment to show in our development environment, right? So if we go to development, we have two databases right now. Before, we only had one. We had the development and the SQLite. So actually what we're doing here is we're adding things to the test SQLite 3. So even though our development database is empty, right? Our testing is not. So we're adding things to the database. So that's how we're testing how it works, right? So now I'm gonna make one last change. Here I'm gonna write root route is also player's index. And I'm gonna take this one out. And in the spec, I'm gonna say root_path instead of the slash. That looks a lot more Railsly. And let's see if everything passes. And everything actually should pass. So next, let's talk about how to test a new feature. To test a new feature, we're gonna also go into the features folder. We're gonna write new player_spec.rb. Save that. Okay, so now we're going to also, very similar to before, require Rails helper. And we're going to write rspec.describe page to create a new player. And in here, what we're going to test is it displays the correct field to create a new player. And now in here we're gonna say, hey, let's visit the root path. But after we visit the root path, I want Capybara to click link new user. Okay. Do we say new user or new player? New player. And then after we click the link new player, we're going to expect the page to have the field first name. And we're going to expect the page to have field last name. All right. Now we run the test. Let's go back here. We're going to run this. And we get no routing. Okay. Routes. So we're going to write get players/new goes to players new. And we're also going to add the get players goes to players index. I just realized that we should be able to allow the person to go to /players manually as well. Okay, if we run this, we should get no method in our players controller, no new action. Okay, so that's what we get. Def new and I'm gonna write add player equals to player.new. And our views, create a new file, new.html.erb. Save that. And all I'm going to do is copy and paste the page that we have before, okay? From the other assignment. New, create a new player. All right, so all I have is the flash errors, okay? And I have the form. So let's see if that passes everything. New player, spec.rb. And there we go. So everything passes. Awesome. Next, let's go ahead and create a player. Let's go back to our features folder. Let's create a new file. I'm going to call this create player spec.rb. Save that. Let's take this out. Here, we're gonna always require Rails helper, and I'm gonna write rspec.describe, create a new player, do. Okay. Now here I'm gonna write it creates a new player if the validation passes, and in here I'm gonna write and here it does not create a new player if validation fails. So we're gonna write two tests. One to test what happens if the validation is good, and what happens when the validation is bad. Regardless of which one we're doing, we always want Capybara to visit the /player/new page, right? So we're gonna write visit before all the tests. We're gonna say visit players _new_ path. So let's go to rake routes real quick and let's see what happens. So we have players new_ path. So we have that, and we know that we need to fill in first name with, let's say, Lance. Fill in last name with Robertson. After we fill in, we're gonna click the button create player, and if we create the player correctly, we expect the current path, right, to equal the root path. All right, we expect to be redirected to the root of our page. Next, we're gonna try to create a new player and have the validation fail. So all we have to do really is click the button create player, right? Try to submit the fake form, the form empty, and then we expect the current path to be the new path, right? To be the same path that we're in. So players /new_ path, and we expect the page to have text first name can be blank and last name can be blank. Okay, so let's run our tests. Our spec, we want the create player spec.rb. Two examples, two failures. No post to /players. We know where to do that. And now routes post players goes to the players controller. Create method. All right, so now I'm gonna copy and paste the create method. We already know what it is. Okay, so, and then we're gonna have the private parameters. All right, so we know this is right. Let's see what happens. One example, one failure. So create a new player does not create a new player if validation fails. So we're able to create a new player if the validation passes, but however, right, because we don't have validations, we ran into here, right? We create a new player with nothing. So let's add some validations in our models. Let's say validates first name, last name, presence true, and hopefully that will pass the validations, and that will pass our tests. And there we go. So everything looks good. We can also test the whole folder, spec features, and that will run all the features tests that we have. Okay, so for example, 0 failures. Now next, let's test the show page. Again, we're going to write a new file. We're going to write show player spec.rb. Save it. Let's take this out. And we're going to require Rails helper rspec.describe player profile page do. And here I'm going to write a before do, and all we're going to do is create a new player. Okay, player equals to player.create. I'm going to write first name is Eduardo, last name is Bake. So if we save it as an instance variable, then it's going to be available to our test below. Here I'm going to write it displays the information about the user, do, and we're going to visit the root path, and then we're going to click on the link show profile. Then we expect the current path to equal /players/ that player's ID, right? This player's ID. And then we expect page to have text app player.first name and app player.last name. All right, so let's run the test. Fails. It could not find a link show profile, so that's here. We have the actions. We have another TD, and we're going to have a link to show profile, and that should be player underscore path player.id. Let's change this to players new underscore path as well. So in our route, we need to add that. So get players :id. We'll go to the player show method, and we're going to add the shortcut as player. Let's see if that fixes things. Let's see there. The action show. Awesome. So here in the show, we have player equals to player.find params ID. And now we were just missing the template, right? So I'm going to go to index new show.html html.erb, save that, and I'm just going to copy what we had before. Show.html. Cool. Let's see what happens. Let's test this show. Let's only test this one file. Interesting. So, I think we wrote the test wrong. So, because it's saying expected this, but we should expect something. We should expect the ID. Oh, player.id, not player ID. Let's see. And there we go. Right? Everything's passive. Awesome. Next, we're going to do the edit. Let's create a new let's create a new file. Edit player underscore spec.rb. Save that. Require Rails helper. rspec.describe. Editing player. Do. It displays a form with the values, with the player values pre-populated, right? That's what we have before, right? So here we're going to create an animate. So here we're going to create a player. Let's do the same thing that we did in the show. Okay, before we're going to create a player.create, and we're going to visit the root path, and then we're going to click on the link, edit profile, and after we edit the profile, we expect the current path to equal /players /app player.id /edit, right? And then we expect to find field first name, its value to equal app player.first name, and same thing with the last name. So we expect the first name field and its value to have the player first name, and then to have a player last name. Okay, so let's see what happens. That is going to pass, but we want to do rspec spec features edit player. That fails, no link. So in the index.html, let's create a new link. So let's do the same format that we had before. And I'm going to say link to edit profile. I'm going to say player edit underscore path player.id. In the routes, we're going to have /edit goes to the edit action, and it's going to be player underscore edit. Let's run the test. No edit action, so def edit at player equals to player dot find params id, and undefined method, so it should be find in the controller I wrote it wrong. Find now we're missing the template. New file, edit.html.erb, save that, and it's going to be very similar to the show, or to the new, I mean, but instead we're going to have this edit at players.first name. Okay, and let's see if everything passes. Everything passed, so now we could create a partial. New here, we're going to say form.html.erb. Put this form in there. And then in the edit, we're going to say render partial player/form, and we're gonna say the same thing in the new. All right, and let's run all the spec features, and let's see if everything still passes. And everything's still passing. Awesome. Next, we're gonna do the update. Again, let's create the new file. Let's close all of these. It's getting messy. So in here, we're gonna create a new file, and it's gonna be called update player spec.rb, and we require Rails helper our spec.describe updating a player do. It updates the player and redirects to the root page. All right. However, before we run this test, I would like to reset the test database so that it's clean, so that we don't have anything in there anymore. Okay. To do that, we're going to go to our terminal and run rake db reset and only the test one. Okay. Do not be careful with this and do not say development, especially not in production. Okay, so now all of our tables have been resetted. So let's try to run our spec. Let's see if everything's okay still. Everything's fine. So now we could write a test and not worry about having duplicate code or duplicate users. So we could update the player specifically. All right, so let's have a create player. Let's create a player. Player equals to player.create. First name is Eduardo. Last name is Bake. Let's visit the root path, and we expect the page to have text. Let's just do my first name, and then we'll do click link edit profile. Then we're gonna fill in first name with hello. Or let's just do John. Okay, so we expect to have John now. We're gonna click button update player, and we expect current path to equal the root path, and we expect the page to not to have text Eduardo, and we expect the page to have text John. Right? So let's run this test and let's see what we get. Update player spec. Fails. No click button update player. Okay, so there's no update player. Oh, it's the no route patch players one, right? So let's go back there. Let's go to our routes, patch player / edit / ID, I mean, goes to players update. There we go. So no action update. Let's go to the update method in the controller. Here, def update will be the same as before. And oops. Okay, let's run this. Let's see what happens. And it works, right? So everything is working. Next, we're going to do the delete player. All right, so same thing. New feature, delete player, destroy player spec.rb. Save that. And then we're going to require Rails helper, our spec.describe, correct destroy player, do, and we're going to say it destroys the player correctly and redirects to the root path. Do. In here, we're going to visit the root path. But first, let's create a player. So let's say player equals to player.create. Let's do first name. Let's do Eduardo. Last name is going to be Bake. Let's click the link delete player. Then we expect the page not to have text Eduardo, right? Awesome. Actually, we also expect the current path to equal the root path. Okay, so before we run the test, I'm gonna clean the database one more time. And let's run rspec destroy features, destroy player spec.rb, and no click link delete player. So let's create that in our view, in our index.html. We're gonna say the same thing here, and let's call it delete profile. So let's go back to our spec and call it delete profile. Let's run that now, and we're getting one failure. Now we get the routing error. No route matches delete players 1. So let's go back to the players controller, or the routes I mean. Delete players /id goes to players destroy. Okay, now after we go to the players destroy, we want to go to the controller, write the destroy method, and redirect to the root page. So let's run this again, and everything passes. Awesome. So this is the end of this demo. I hope that you enjoy writing the errors first and how we approached it before. Now that we write the test first, we know what the error messages are, and we don't ever have to turn on the server, right? So we know that once we turn on the server and we check our views, it will look how we expect. Okay, so I'll see you next time, and thanks for watching.
You've come a pretty far way at this point, and you should know a lot more about Ruby on Rails than you did at the start. But there's one aspect we've sort of neglected: how to create a new user and then to let that user continually log in to your web app.
Yeah, so with login and registration, there's a lot of things that come with. We have to handle email uniqueness, password hashing, and sessions. So in this demo, I'll show you how to incorporate all those things into your application and successfully create a login reg for your Rails app.
Great. So stick around for a whole new way to make your web app even more dynamic.
Hello everyone. this is the demo for login and registration. But before we start talking about login reg with bcrypt, I want to talk about styling. Right now, our website does not look that great. We don't have any styling. So there's a couple things that we could do. If you're comfortable with CSS and you are a good front-end designer, you could go ahead and add your CSS into the style sheets. And every time you generate a controller, Rails will generate a Sass file with the name of that controller, right? For example, we have players.scss. CSS is just a CSS precompiler. It allows you to do a little more things than what the raw CSS would do. However, any CSS code will work fine here. So here I'm going to say all the H1s color red. All right. And if I go back to my web page and I refresh, the H1 will be red. So if you're comfortable with that, go ahead and style your page accordingly. However, I want to show you guys how to add Bootstrap into your application. So let's go to the Bootstrap website, and Bootstrap is a CSS, HTML, and JavaScript framework that allows you to develop responsive sites without worrying about writing your own media queries and things like that. So it makes it very easy, okay? You also uses Sass or less, and it's very easy once you start understanding how the grid works and things like that. All right. Of course, this is not a front end course. I will just show you guys how to create the Bootstrap a Bootstrap Rails application and show you some simple basics of Bootstrap, but the rest will be up to you to actually style your website however you want. So let's go to the Twitter Bootstrap Sass. So this is the official Sass port of Bootstrap 2 and 3 for Rails. All right. Here we're going to install on Ruby on Rails. So I'm going to follow the steps. So Bootstrap Sass is easy to drop into Rails with the asset pipeline. So for those not familiar with the asset pipeline, that's how Rails precompiles all your assets and into pretty much one file and then serves up to you, so that the user is not making constant requests to the server for an asset, for a JavaScript file, for a CSS file, and things like that. Okay. We need to add Bootstrap Sass and Sass Rails. We already have Bootstrap Sass Rails with our application, so all we had to add is Bootstrap Sass, and we'll just add it right below there. It doesn't really matter where you add it. Let's run bundle install. Good. Now let's follow the next step. Let's restart server. Let's stop our server and import Bootstrap styles in the app asset style sheets application.scss. So I'm going to copy and paste that into our application. Okay, there we go. So notice here that we need to change the file name to SCSS. Now CSS file name rename here to SCSS, not just CSS. And there we go. Do not use the require instead of style sheets. Then remove all the required tree and require self. All right, I'm going to remove that here. And this will not enable the asset pipeline to work out of the box. And I believe we should be good to go after that. Okay. So the server has started, and let me refresh and let's see how it looks like. So look how the styling has changed, right? So this is the default Bootstrap fonts. But now if I try to go back to my CSS file and say, all right, let's change the H1 to color red and try to refresh this. Okay, the H1 doesn't change anymore. That's because we took out the required tree and required self. So here we're saying, hey, import all the CSS files in my directory and also import all the CSS files that it's in my file. When we take that out, we're no longer doing that, right? So all the CSS that I write in this directory is gone. from now on, what I have to say, if I want to import all the CSS in my players file, right, I just need to do this, import, and then the name of the file, players. Okay, now this will import all the CSS that's in here. So now if I refresh, now the H1 is there, right? So that's how you change CSS now with Bootstrap. So you want to import all the files into here, okay? All right, so now that we know how to add some Bootstrap and some CSS, let's go ahead and talk about login and registration. So in our application right now, anyone could go to this URL and log in and reg, right? So let's create a controller. Let's call it users controller. And this controller will have a couple methods to show the login and registration page, and also to create users, and we'll create another controller to log in users. All right, so let's go ahead and add the gem that we need. So the gem that we need is bcrypt. So as you can see, we have this gem, bcrypt uncommented. So all we need to do is uncomment that, and let's run bundle install. Good. Now next, we're gonna create a controller, Rails G controller users. And we're going to create a Rails G model user, and this user will have a name, string, email, string, password, digest field. Okay, password digest is how the password is going to be saved in a website. They're going to be digested. What I mean by that, it's going to be encrypted using bcrypt. So let's create the model, and now we have it. Okay, so if we go to controllers, app, controllers, users, now I'm going to create a method called index. Okay, and usually this index method will have all the list of the users, right? But we don't want that. Okay, we want only a page for users to be able to register. And also, I want to make this page a page where users could log in. So one page to log in and register, right? So if you go to views, users, let's create a new file called index.html.erb. And let's say here, H1, login and registration. And let's go to our routes, and let's make our root users index. Okay. All right. So let's refresh here. Oh, let's turn back our server. Rails S. Let's turn back our server, and we have migrations. I totally forgot to migrate our model. So let's run rakedb migrate. And it created table users, right? So let's go to Rails console. We go to the models file, and we go to the user method, user model. We have the has secure password. This has secure password is something that comes with bcrypt, and allows us to check the user, and also allows to validate the user. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's go to user.all. There's no users. Let's create a user. Okay, so I'm gonna say u equals to user.new. All right, so this is our password digest. This column is the password digest, is nil. So what happens is, when we connect the password and the password confirmation, bcrypt will see if they match, and then it will hash the password for us, and it will save it into this column. So if you see what I mean, notice that we don't have a password and password confirmation field. But now, if I say u.name equals to John, u.email equals to John at do.com, and I'm going to write u.password equals to password, and u.password confirmation equals to password, and I try to save this user, then I get this user in a hashed with a hash password. Okay, let me go back and add herb so you guys can see a little better. So reload, or let's bundle install. And let's reload herb.enable. Herb.enable user.all, and look at that. We have John and Doe with the password digest. Okay, even though in our schema, DB schema, we told that we're not going to have a password and password confirmation field, what we could do is that because we're using bcrypt, because we have hash secure password in this model, we could write the password and the password confirmation field like they were there, and if they match, then bcrypt will hash the password for us. So let me show you guys another example. I'm going to say u equals to user.new again, u name equals to Jane, u.email equals to Doe, u.password equals to wrong password, or just let's have password first, then u.password confirmation, we're going to write wrong password. All right, and then we're going to try to save this user, and we get a rollback. Why do we get a rollback? Because password confirmation doesn't match password. So it also gives us error messages by default. Okay, and another error message that will give us is that the passwords must be present. So that's the power of using bcrypt. Okay, now if I find a user, okay, how can I check if I have the right user, right? I could do something like .authenticate. Okay, authenticate is another method that's given us through here, and I could check if the password is right. Okay, so if I type some gibberish here, u.authenticate some gibberish, right, I get false. But if I pass in the right password, then I'll get true, and then true in her means return the actual user. Okay, so that's how we're going to use to log in. That password is going to come in through the form, right? We're never going to be able to see it. Okay, we're just able to see it right now for demonstration purposes, but as a developer you should never mess with anyone's password, so you never be able to actually see it. But that's the logic that we're going to do. We're not going to do by dot first, but we're going to do something like u.user.find by email, right? And then we'll pass the email that they passed through the form. And then we're going to save this in a variable. And then we're going to call u.authenticate on that. And then it gives us the right user. So authenticate gives us the user, returns true if the password is correct or not. Let's go back to our HTML page. Let's see if our login and registration page works now. And let's go back here. And everything seems to be working fine. So first thing that I'm going to do is go to my views folder, my application.html.erb, and I'm going to create a container class, and I'm going to wrap the yield in that container. Okay, and what it's going to do is going to use the container class in Bootstrap and to kind of center everything for us. Okay, so let's go to Bootstrap, and just to make sure we could follow the documentation there. Okay. All right. So next, we're gonna go to, let me close all these files to make sure you guys are following. I'm gonna go to the index.html.lib, and I'm gonna create a row. Okay. So what a row is in Bootstrap is it's a grid. It's a grid system. So each row has 12 columns. All right, and you could choose how big a column will be by using the predefined classes in Bootstrap. Okay, so again, this is not supposed to be a tutorial about CSS and how Bootstrap works. This is just to make our website look a little prettier, because right now no one will actually want to use our website because it's really not that pretty. So I'm gonna do div row, and in here I'm gonna create a new div with ID registration, and we'll put a class column MD6. So this class, all it means is it's gonna be, the width is gonna be six columns wide, and medium device. Okay, I believe medium device are tablets. So when you get to the tablet, that's gonna become a breaking point, meaning that the other columns will stack upon each other. So we're gonna create something like this here, and oops, I keep doing this. And I'm gonna write a h1 register in here, and I'll do the same exact thing, but in this case this will be called login. Okay, now let's go back to our page and see how it looks. Oops, this should be called login, and look at that. So now we have the left hand side to be register, the right hand side to be login, and that's because we created this row that's going to divide the left hand side and the right hand side. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and write the forms now. Let's go to the Bootstrap docs and see how it looks like. So let's go to the website. If we click down here in forms, here's an example form. Okay, and I'm just going to copy and paste this down here, and what I want to do is just kind of translate this into the form helper syntax, right? So first we have the form helper syntax, form for, and we need to pass a new user object here. Do f, oops. So this user object needs to come from our controller. User equals to user.new. Okay. And in here, we're going to have a form group class wrapped in a div. So div form group. And we're going to have a f.label. And it's going to be name. And then a f.text field for the name. Same thing for the email. F.label for the email. F.email field for the email. Same thing for the password. Password, and this is the password field. And then we're going to have the same for the password confirmation. Password confirmation. Password confirmation. Oh, sorry. And then one last one for the f.submit. Okay, awesome. So I think that should be pretty similar to what we have here. So let's see how it looks like. Oh, we have a undefined method user's path. Okay, so we pass this object user, right, at user, but then when it gets to the form helper, it's trying to use one of those shortcuts that we talked about. Okay, so now I want to talk about other shortcuts that we could use. All right, so here we have the 7 RESTful routes. Okay, and these are resources in Rails. So if we know that we're going to use 7 RESTful routes in Rails, all we have to do really is write resources and then the name of the resource. And in our case, it's players. Okay, and that will be very similar to writing all these 7 routes manually. Okay, so now if we go to our routes app, okay, we can see that we have all these players resources, right, along with the shortcut. Okay, the new player path and the added player path and the player path. Now we can have the same for the users, resources, users. However, for this one, we only need, right, we only need the new, the index actually, and the create. Now if we refresh here, those errors are gone. Cool. Now we have, now I could take this out, but I want to leave this for a second. Okay, so let's fix some of our code because some of our code might break now. So if I go to localhost/players, we're gonna get this player added path. That's an error. That's because we wrote the shortcut as player added, but what it actually is when we use resources is added player path. So if we go to our controller, or not controller, our code, let's go to the edit, and then it's added underscore player underscore path. Let's refresh this. Now player's new path, that's wrong because it's supposed to be new player underscore path. So let's change this new player underscore path. Let's take this comment out. We don't need this anymore. Oops. Refresh that. That looks okay now. So if I go to show, that works. Oh, the home page is that now. Players. I don't want to delete, but it should work. The delete should work. Good. Players. If we go to edit. Awesome. Also, let's create a new pair. Lance Robertson /players. So it's working. So we fixed our code and we made our routes file look a lot cleaner. So I'm going to take this out now. Okay. Cool. So let's try creating a user, right? So if I click create user, we have, it goes to the right method, right? But we haven't created the method yet. So we're going to write def create and again, we're going to have the private method and it's going to be called user params and we're going to have params dot require the user object dot permit the name, email, password, and password digest. No, not password digest, password confirmation. Okay, it has to be password confirmation, not confirm password. All right. And I'm gonna go to the models, the user model, and I'm gonna write validates name and email presence true. I'm gonna copy and paste this regex okay, and regex is gonna make sure that the email format is correct. All right, and I'm gonna write validates email format with valid email regex, and we're gonna check for case uniqueness. So that is uniqueness, case sensitive, false. Okay, so we have validations now. So all we have to do is say user equals to user.new user params. If user.save, then we want to redirect to, where do we want to redirect? The player's path, right? We want to redirect to the player's path. Else, we want to redirect to back and have flash errors equals to user.errors.full_messages. And there we go. So if we refresh here, if we try to create a user, it doesn't create. Let's display the error messages. Let me go to my form real quick. Let's go to here. Let's create a new row for the errors. Only gonna create this row if there are errors. Okay, and I'm gonna put a class of danger in here. Just some quick CS styling. Let's refresh and try that again. And it's not really making it red. Let's go to our bootstrap and let's see, helper classes, text danger. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. Now they're red. Pretty simple, right? So we created this flash errors. If I refresh, they're gone. But if I create a new user, let's say Michael at mtroy@codingdojo.com. Password is a secret password. Now I go to the page to list the players, right? And then if we go to our console, user.all, now we have Michael Choi in our database. So let's create the same for the login, all right? But before we do the login, I forgot to do one more thing in the user's controller, okay? We need to say if the user is saved, we're gonna save in the session user ID equals to user.id. So we're saving the ID of the user in session so we could use it for something else later, okay? All right, but now let's do the login part. In the login, we cannot use form 4 because form 4 are for specific models, okay? We need to use the form tag because we're going to use something called session, okay? So when you log someone in, you're putting them in session. So similarly, when I created someone and I'm just taking it to the player's path, I need to put that person in session so that we could use some things like security and easy accessibility to the current user logged in. All right, so we're going to use something very similar to form 4, but it's going to be form tag, and this will be the sessions path. All right, sessions path. Do and end. So as you can imagine, so sessions path here, we need to create that path. So in our routes file, we're going to go to resources, sessions, only create, right? Now if you refresh and we go to our routes, we could see that we have this sessions path here. Now that we have our routes, we could actually write our tags. So similar to what we have here. Okay, we're gonna write, instead of F will be label tag, and here will be text field tag email. All right, and here same thing, label tag, and password field tag password, and here a submit tag, sign in. Okay, so let's see how that looks. And as you can see, we have that in, right? So let's look at the actual form. /sessions, input, email, ID email, text, input password, ID password. But we don't want this to be a text. We want this to be an email, right? So if we go to this one, the type is email here, but the type is not email here. Let's change this to emailed field tag. And hopefully that's email now. And there we go. Okay. So now when we post this, this goes to /sessions, initialize constant sessions controller. So let's create that. New file. sessions_controller.rab. Save that as class sessions controller, inherits from application controller, and we're going to have a method called create. And what we need in there is logic to check what the user is, who the user is, right? So first we could say user equals to user.find by params password, params email, find by email, params email. This is why we're doing email, params email. All we're doing is getting the information that's coming through this form, right? So let's fail here. Fail. If I pass random email, okay, you can see that the information coming to us to the server is this email field, right? And password is not there, right? Or it's filter, obviously. The reason why we're doing this is the reason why we don't need strong parameters for mass assignment is that we're not really inserting anything to the database. We're just checking against the database, right? So we don't need to whitelist parameters, right? We just need to check. If the check goes false, then the user just can't log in, right? So first we find the user by email. If we found the user and we authenticate its password, if that comes correct, then we save the user in session and we redirect to players_path. Else, we flash errors, invalid combination, and we redirect to back. Okay? The reason why we don't tell what the users got wrong is because we don't want, for say, a hacker to be able to get the email right and just put a bunch of passwords after that to get the right to be able to log in, right? We always want to make sure to make it as difficult as possible to the hacker. So by not saying the correct information, then we do that, right? We avoid that, okay? One last thing here, this needs to be in an array, okay? The reason why it needs to be an array because in here, we're looping through flash errors and we assume it's an array, right? So let's go back here. If this is wrong, then I have that. If this is wrong, then I have that. All right? It's not going to go through each letter or give us an error. So let's try to log in. Sign in. And I spelled params wrong. Params. There we go. Cool. Now, let's refresh here. Let's go back to mchoy at Coding Dojo. Let's go to password, sign in. All right. So let's create, let's go back to our original page. And in here, where's our original page? Controllers, models, views, players, index.html. I'm going to create another link too. And here I'm going to say logout. And the route that's going to go here is /logout. Okay. Let's refresh this now. We have this logout button. No route matches logout. Let's put that route. I'm going to say get logout goes to sessions destroy. Okay. Let's go to our controller, sessions controller, our destroy method. And what it's going to say here is reset session and redirect to root. All right. So let's go back here, refresh. We session controller. Routes is sessions controller. One more try. Log out and we are logged out, right? However, if we go to players, we could access that page still, right? So we don't want that. We want to somehow always make sure that that you need to be logged in to access our page. Okay, so there's one trick that we could do, and this is the last thing that I'll show you. In your application controller, we could write a couple methods. Okay, first, let's write a method called current user. Okay, and all it's going to do is going to return the current user, session user ID. Okay, if session user ID. All right, that's all it does. It returns the current user. Now we're going to write another method. It's going to call def require login. Okay, and this login method is going to redirect to the root route if session user ID is non-existent. Okay, so unless session user ID. Okay, but we could say redirect to root path, and we must put a flash errors. You must log in first and end here. Okay, so if session ID is non-existent, we add something to the flash errors that you must log in, and we redirect the user to the root path. Okay, now in this player's controller, we could call require login. Okay, we could say before action. All right, require login to all routes. Okay, and what this means is before action is a callback that gets run before Rails executes all the routes, and it's going to make sure to call this method require login. And what is that method? It's in our application controller, require login, right? And all it does is redirect to the root path if there's no one logged in, if there's no session user ID. Okay, now if I try to go to /players without being logged in, it should kick me out and give me an error message, right? But if I'm logged in, let's go to mchoi@codingdojo.com, password. Okay, now it goes to that. Even if I go back and go to players, because I'm logged in, it won't kick me out. All right, so this is how to add Bootstrap and how to do login and registration with bcrypt with Rails. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this demo, and I'll see you next time.